Morning, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order and start with a land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe, coming soon, coming very soon. Excellent. Councillor Morgan. Morning. Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Excellent, thank you. So next, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member, and a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare?
Mayor, I have a conflict of interest on item 9.5.
Yeah, please state the general nature of your conflict.
The appointments involve one of my staff members.
Okay, thank you very much. And that is acknowledged, so we've got that. Any others? Hearing no one else, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang, did you want to move that?
Yep. I'll move that the April 28th, 2026 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. So it's a long one. The additions of 7.1 council priorities, key indicators, performance measurement, and evaluation criteria. 8.1 bylaw 21442 2026 property tax and supplementary property tax bylaw. 8.2 bylaw 21443 2026 City of Edmonton Belvedere community revitalization levy rate and supplementary levy rate bylaw. A3 bylaw 21444 2026 City of Edmonton the Quarters downtown community revitalization levy rate and supplementary levy rate bylaw. A4 bylaw 21445 2026 City of Edmonton Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Rate and Supplementary Levy Rate bylaw. A5 bylaw 21411 to authorize the City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and assess sidewalk reconstruction local improvements in the La Pearl neighborhood attachment 5. A13 bylaw 21511 to repeal the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee bylaw. A14 bylaw 21512 to repeal the City of Edmonton Youth Council bylaw. A15 bylaw 21513 to repeal the Edmonton Historical Board bylaw. A16 bylaw 21514 to repeal the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board bylaw. A17 bylaw 21515 to repeal the Edmonton Salutes Committee bylaw. 18 bylaw 21516 to repeal the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee bylaw. 819 bylaw 21517 to repeal the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee bylaw. 91 Edmonton Design Committee governance update private pursuant to sections 20 and 29 of the Access to Information Act. And 913 project update private pursuant to sections 19, 29, 30, 32 of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes. Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next up is the approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the April 15th, 17th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Great.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions, errors, or omissions on that item, on the approval of those minutes? Not seeing or hearing any, please vote on the approval of those minutes.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. Next is going to be our council protocol recognition, and there are 2 items today. I will start with the item related to the National Day of Mourning. So I'd like to take a moment this morning to recognize that today is the National Day of Mourning. This annual event remembers all workers across Canada who are injured, disabled, or who have lost their lives to work-related incidents or illnesses. In their honor, we collectively renew our commitment to preventative action so that earning a wage never again costs someone their health or their life. According to data from the Alberta Workers' Compensation Board, 144 Albertans died as a result of work-related illnesses or injury in 2025. Thousands more sustained injuries or contracted illnesses. While 144 is fewer deaths than occurred in 2024, even one life lost is too many. Every injury, illness, and loss of life is preventable. This statistic also only captures part of the story. It takes years for some incidents to be officially confirmed and acknowledged as workplace caused, and still others may go unreported. This means that the total number of impacted workers is likely even greater than we realize. And behind every life lost, there are also countless friends, loved ones, and family members whose lives have been changed forever. On behalf of City Council and the citizens of Edmonton, I offer my condolences to everyone who has lost a loved one as a result of a work-related incident. Every worker deserves to be able to do their job with confidence, supported by thorough, current, and relevant safety practices. The City of Edmonton is dedicated to providing a supportive work environment that takes into account both the physical and mental wellness of city staff. I'm grateful for our occupational health and safety professionals whose diligence keeps our workplaces safe every day, and for the ongoing advocacy of our city unions. Their collaboration is essential as we work to continually improve the health and safety of workplaces across our organization. In memory of those that we lost in 2025, we'll take a moment of silence today. I'll just finish this and then we'll take a moment for that. May we honor them not only with reflection, but with a renewed commitment to keep each other safe, prevent harm, and advocate for stronger protections for every worker. So we'll take that moment of silence now. Thank you. We have one other protocol item today, and this is on the United Way campaign wrap-up, and we have many of our guests here in council chambers, and I'm sure more online as well. So today, I am proud to share the results of the City of Edmonton's 2025 United Way campaign and recognize the efforts of city employees who made this achievement possible. So what we're going to do, because anyone here from that, which I assume is everyone in that row and slightly above, you might as well just all stand right now, because stay standing. I'm going to talk about you the whole time, so you all get to be recognized for your hard work here, and you get the awkwardness of standing while I say all these great things. So our United Way campaign is about coming together to build a city that is welcoming, inclusive, and supportive for all. Since 2012, the City of Edmonton has partnered with United Way of the Alberta Capital Region as its corporate charity of choice. United Way was chosen because it brings together a diverse network of partners, including social agencies, schools, businesses, and governments to address our community's most pressing needs. Over the years, city employees have raised millions of dollars and supported many United Way initiatives, including programs that help children succeed in school, strengthen mental well-being, and empower financial stability for families across our region. This year's employee campaign raised over $200,000. And this effort was about more than bake sales and raffles. It was about employees coming together to share their time and talent to help build a community where we can all thrive. And in addition to our fundraising success, we are proud to celebrate our staff recognized at the United Way Red Tie Gala on April 16th. We want to congratulate to the city staff who received individual nominations for awards of distinction, and to the Stuff a Bus team in collaboration with Staples and Edmonton Transit Service for winning the Big Idea Award. A sincere thank you to everyone who helped make this year's campaign a success. Kudos to all City of Edmonton staff, the United Way Steering Committee, the Working Committee, and our dedicated branch site coordinators. By sharing your time, your energy, and your expertise, you demonstrated that our greatest strength lies in our collective commitment to the community. I hope this inspires all of us to continue supporting one another, because your involvement matters and every contribution helps. And together we are building a strong and vibrant Edmonton. So let us give a big round of applause to everyone here in the room and online who does that great work. Now you're allowed to sit. And actually, probably you're going to go right away, because I'm about to move into the next phase of this. And as much as I'd love for you to stay for the entire council meeting, you've already started leaving. You're just like, no, I don't want to stay. I'm out. I get it. Although it's fun. But thank you for being here. All right. Let's continue on with, at this point, we're going to move to selections of items for debate. I'm going to go first for once. Yeah, I want to select item 7.1, please. Councillor Wright?
Whoops, I would like to
Oh, can you turn your mic back on? Thank you.
select item 9.10.
9.10, let me get
Oh,
over.
sorry, no, sorry, that was the, no. that
Nope.
was a question mark, sorry, 9.13.
9.13, thank you.
And are we selecting our individual appointments, or are we gonna do that?
We shouldn't have to unless
Okay.
people have discussion. I mean, they were
Okay.
discussed at
Yeah.
committee, so
Okay.
they're not required to be selected by any
Okay, then
means.
that's it.
Great. Okay, Councillor Tang?
I'm actually not, hang on one second. I will select, apologies, 8.7.
8.7.
I think that's, yep, that's it.
That's it, fantastic. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to select item 8.1
8.1,
as well as 8.9.
as well as 8.9. And just confirm, are those for questions on both, or just voting purposes?
Voting.
Voting? Okay. Just before you go on with anything else, does anyone have questions on item 8.1 or 8.9? Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure, so I'm just going to make a note that that's for voting purposes only. Thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right, so let's just do a quick review of what has been selected for everyone so far, just as a reminder. So what has been selected is item 7.1. Item 8.1 has been selected for voting purposes only. Item 8.7 has been selected, and I guess I should confirm, Councillor Tang, was that questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 8.9 was selecting for voting purposes only. And I think that is all. I'm just going through to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, and then, sorry, 9.13 was selected by Councillor Wright. Those are the items I've had selected. Oh, there was one more, did I miss? No, there's not, okay, I didn't, no, I think that's everything, great. Councillor Clark is on the board, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go 8.5, some questions.
8.5 questions, thank you very much. Okay, great. I don't see anyone else on the board, so at this point in time, I can take a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wright.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar, and that would be items 7.2 as well as 9.1 through 9.12. Though that has been moved. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
wait,
guess
no,
can we
we're not
pull
gonna
out-
select, no, we're not gonna, we're going to select for voting purposes 9.5, right?
Because
Yes.
I can't select that myself.
Councillor Parmar, have you selected that since you're sitting beside me?
Yeah, I'll select
Thank you.
9.5.
I'm sorry, the clerk is telling me I can vote on?
Just hang tight, well, the clerk's coming up, we'll do a quick. Or we
Okay,
get, which,
yep, because I have stated the reason of my conflict, I am still able to
that's
vote
right,
on
because
it.
that's different than a pecuniary, that's
Yeah.
right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we actually
Thank
don't
you.
need a separate selection on that, so it's been moved and seconded. We'll again put that up, that is for all remaining items, which were 7.2 as well as 9.1 through 9.12. Please vote on those items not selected for debate, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And I said it, but let's do a quick, let's have the clerk just review the things that have been passed.
Thank you. This morning, City Council approved the recommendations in the following report. 7.2, Wildland Urban Interface Wildfire Risk Strategy. It also approved the recommendations in the following reports. 9.1, Edmonton Design Committee Governance Update. 9.2, Edmonton Design Committee Membership Report and Reappointment Recommendations. 9.3, Edmonton Public Library Governance Update. 9.4, Community Standards and Licensing Appeal Committee Governance Update. 9.5, Accessibility Advisory Committee Governance Update. 9.6, Community Services Advisory Board Governance Update. 9.7, Edmonton Combative Sports Commission Governance Update. 9.8, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Governance Update. 9.9, Naming Committee Governance Update. 9.10, GEF Seniors Housing Board Governance Update. 9.11, Kavita Board Governance Update. 9.12, Assessment Review Board Governance Update.
Thank you very much. That's what I have. Before we continue, I'm just double checking. We have some guests here. I don't know if we do have yeah, I want to make sure before I continue on. Excellent. I'm so excited here today. We have a grade 6 class from Nellie Carlson School up there in the back. Hello, everyone. And their teacher, Mr. Tuckey, is that right? Did I say it right? Fantastic. Your class and your school is in Ward Pehesawin, and your counselor is right there. Counselor Mike Elliott waving at you, very excited to see you, and we're all excited to see you. So you're here today for a tour, correct? And we're doing a mock city council, I imagine. Fantastic. I'm guessing you haven't done the mock city council just yet, because you just got here. So who's going to be the mayor of our mock city council? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us a little bit about what you're going to be discussing today? We'd love to hear from you. Please come on down safely. Safely. And Mayor, tell me your first name, and just get right up to that microphone there.
Kaylee?
Mayor Kaylee, we are excited to have you here today. We're excited you're going to be going through a mock council. What item are you going to be discussing today?
The curfew of the youth of Edmonton.
Ooh, the curfew of the youth of Edmonton. Excellent. And what is the timing? What's the time of day the curfew could happen?
11.
11 o'clock. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing your debate. I mentioned there was another class that debated this, I think, last week, and very recently, the town of Okotoks was debating this very item. I won't tell you what they decided, because if you haven't looked at it, I don't want to give you a spoiler on what they decided. But you should check it out after you make your decision to see if you make the same decision as Okotoks on their curfew bylaws. So, Mayor Cayley, thank you very much for being here. To the entire class, it's a pleasure to have you. Welcome to City Hall. Fantastic. Thanks for being here. Next up on our agenda, if I'm going back to my main sheet, is requests to speak. There are requests to speak, as members of council are aware, but just in case for members of the public, we don't typically hear from members of the public at council meetings. We typically do that through committee meetings. Of course, any member of council is always able to make a motion if they so choose, but it has not been our practice to hear from members of council or members of the public at the council meetings, just at our committee meetings. So I'll see if anyone wants to go on the board for that. Otherwise, we will continue on. Not seeing anyone on the board, so we're going to continue on to request for time specific. There are none, correct? Let me check. Yeah, there are none. Voting on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Rutherford, did you want to move the bylaws not selected for debate?
Sure. I will start with bylaw 8.1. I know it was selected for voting purposes, so I'll just move that one on its own
Fantastic. Councillor
as a
Rutherford.
first reading.
Sorry, say that again?
For
Oh,
first reading.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
I think Councillor Parmar won the race, and please vote on first reading of the bylaw for 8.1, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move third and final reading on bylaw 21442.
Second.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will move first reading on items 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we just got.
8.5 is not selected,
Yeah,
sorry.
8.5 is not selected.
Sorry,
Or is
8.6.
selected.
Yeah, is selected, so I'm not moving first reading on 8.5. 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.10.
Sorry, just to make sure, 8.7 was selected as well. So
Oh, yes. I
let's just
see
start
it
from
here.
the top once more, just to make sure we're on the board here.
Okay, we got it.
Yep.
Thank you. So moving first reading on items 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.6, 8.8, 8.10, 8.11, 8.12, 8.13, 8.14, 8.15, 8:16, and 8:17, 8:18, and 8:19.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on first reading of that list of bylaws.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright.
Except 8.8.
Except 8.8, because that one was just first reading only. So second reading on all of the other bylaws except 8.8, because that was their first reading. That was seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for second reading of all of those bylaws less 8.8.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on all the aforementioned items.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for consideration of third.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I will move third and final reading on bylaw 21443, bylaw 21444, bylaw 21445, bylaw 21412, bylaw 21462, bylaw 21506, bylaw 21436, bylaw 21511, bylaw 21512, bylaw 21513, bylaw 21514, and bylaw 21515, and bylaw 21516, and bylaw 21517.
Second.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote
I'm a yes.
for
Thanks,
third
Councillor
reading
Wright.
of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. We have recommendations on a number of those items. Can we move those recommendations as an omnibus, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
Okay.
As long as we just identify the item and we say it nice and slowly so MJ can get it into the system.
Yeah, Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move the recommendations for each of those items just passed that had recommendations?
Sure. So I will move the recommendation in item 8.10, the recommendation in item 8.11, the recommendation in 8.17, and the recommendation in 8.19.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on those recommendations.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0.
And Mayor, now I can still move 8.9. It was just selected for voting purposes.
Yeah, we might as well do that. Yeah, I'm still getting a sheet. So let's do the three readings of that, and then I'll introduce our next school here. So you go ahead first on first reading of 8.9. Or actually, do I want to, is that okay if maybe, does the ward councillor want to move that one? Are you interested in that one? 8.9?
Sure. Why not?
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I just didn't.
Okay, perfect.
Is that okay,
Perfect.
Councillor
I'll-
Rutherford?
I'll hand it
Thank
over. Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Councillor Clark has moved first reading. Councillor Parmar?
Second.
Seconded. Please vote on first reading of that bylaw.
Lemmy, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Counselor Clark?
Second reading on bylaw 214898.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Counselor Clark?
Consideration for third reading on the aforementioned bylaw.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Parmar. Please vote on consideration of third reading for that bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. And Counselor Clark?
Third and final reading of bylaw 21498.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. All right, before we keep going, we are excited to have with us here today, part of City Hall School, the grade 3 class from Good Shepherd School in Ward CP Winniewalk. Your counselor, repping her Oilers jersey, Counselor Tu Parmar, is very excited to see you. And we're excited to have you. So what day of City Hall School is this for you? Day 2. Day 2. So are you going to, does the grade 3 class do mock council as well? A modified version? Who, do we have a mayor set for that group? They haven't done it yet though, right? Tomorrow? Where's the mayor of this class? Mayor, did you want to come down over here and tell us what you're going to be talking about today or tomorrow? We'd love to hear about it. Come on down, Mayor. Absolutely. Mayor's making their way down. Mayor, we'll bring that microphone right down to you there because it's a little tall for you on that podium. Mayor, what's your first name?
Riley?
Riley? Was that it? Riley? Mayor Riley, I'm so excited that you're here today. Can you tell us what you're going to be discussing tomorrow?
If people should pay a fine if they litter.
Oh, if people should pay a fine if they litter. Oh, that's going to be an interesting topic. I'm excited to hear about that. And also, I'm very excited. We want to tell me what's one highlight from yesterday that you did? Anything, your own highlight, whatever you thought was really fun yesterday.
If you guys need more art, what we will make.
Oh.
Journals, they drew what art they would add to City Hall.
You drew what art you would add to City Hall. Excellent. I hope you share that with your counselor because I know I think we.
We'll see you at lunch.
Oh, good. So Counselor Parmar is going to get to see that later today. Mayor Riley, thank you so much for being here, and to the entire class, we're so excited to have you today. Thank you so much, everyone. Always a delight to have City Hall School here in Council Chambers. We've been going through a lot of bylaws. While you were sitting here, we passed a lot of different bylaws. It might not have felt like there was a lot going on, but there was a lot of items we were actually approving. And so we've got now much less of a full agenda because a lot of these items have been approved, but we do have some items to discuss still. So we're going to continue on with our business. I'm just going to do for myself, my own benefit. I need to review what we're still doing today. So the first item of business is going to be item 7.1. Then we're going to move on to 8.5, then 8.7, then 9.13, and then we'll move on to all of the motions pending. So still plenty of work to do today. And with that said, I think we're going to start by bringing forward our administration to talk about item 7.1, which is the council priorities, key indicators, performance measurement, and evaluation criteria. Oh, and I just want to make sure, as folks are getting settled in, a great reminder by one of my council colleagues here, just to, for folks who are here for items particularly, well, I mean, actually, 7.1, 8.5, and 8.7. I just want to remind folks who had registered to speak, council didn't pass a motion to hear from speakers, but they've been selected. There's going to be questions, and of course, to anyone who registered to speak to those items, if you have feedback, you're welcome to always share that directly with your with council as a whole or your ward councillor. There will be questions asked by council for these items, which is why they were selected for debate. So, just as a good reminder, in particular, Councillor Tang just wanted me to flag that in specific for 8.7, and I imagine the same question would have come up for 8.5 and Councillor Clark. So. Those folks that did register are welcome to send feedback directly to the council as a whole or their wards councillors. So I think we're there. We'll move on to Mr. Robar and team.
Good morning. So we appreciate your time today and to continue the conversation on advancing council's priorities. When we met back on February 20th, you approved your council priorities along with the actions and guiding principles listed in this slide. And administration is committed to building out how we will evaluate the progress on the actions connected to each of those priorities. Today we will walk you through the performance indicators and the evaluation matrix we have developed. The performance indicators will ensure a consistent understanding of accountability across administration. The evaluation matrix will be used to ensure that the things that are important to you are identified through the budget process and influence the work that we do every day. Next slide. Sorry, we're 2 slides in, sorry. Yeah, there we go. So the information from today's outcomes indicators will help us evaluate the services and projects that we deliver to Edmontonians and help us determine how to allocate resources within the budget. We will also review the evaluation criteria which will be used to score capital profiles and operating service packages. The criteria is a critical step to inform decision-making during budget development and our transition to results-based budgeting. As you will see next, reporting will be an important part of this process. Next slide. Once the outcomes and indicators have been finalized, we'll develop a final administration commitment document. This is our commitment to council to transform these priorities into measurable results. It will also be our single source of truth for socializing within the organization to ensure clear understanding and expectations. You will receive this in June. Then, along with administration's proposed 27 to 30 budget in the fall, we'll bring you the department and branch business plans. These plans will include the actions and measures needed to advance the priorities, as well as the actions and measures necessary to continue our regular operations. Following the approval of the budget, administration will look to standardizing the process for service plans to align your expectations based on your priorities. Similar to the city operations annual service plans and annual report from fire rescue services, these service plans would be the external facing documents that highlight what the public can expect from the service. With this approach, the indicators will let us know if we are collectively moving in the right direction or if there's changes in the community that we need to respond to. So, while the department plans focus on structural, budget, and strategic alignment between administration and council, the service plans would offer a community lens on what Edmontonians expect for service levels. Each of these documents would have different types of levels and indicators and measures that we would report on. The indicators that would be reported back annually in the first quarter of each year. Measures within the department business plans would be reported in alignment with the financial reporting, and the service plans would be updated and reported on an annual basis. All of these planning and reporting documents will help us with results-based budgeting. They will clarify what type of planning and reporting information is needed in each document, and they are intended to complement each other. Next slide. So as we transition to results-based budgeting, we need to have a collective understanding of the role of the indicators and the role that the indicators and measures will play. Since the detailed breakdown is up on the screen, I'll highlight the core takeaway. We need distinct tools to monitor our long-term progress from our daily operations. Think of the performance indicators as your signals. They look at massive community trends and overall quality of life of Edmonton. Because of these broad goals, accountability is shared across the entire community. The signal to council on how well a strategy is working and if the change is required. They may not always be the things that city controls, but they will be things that we need to respond to. On the other hand, performance measures are our rulers. These are entirely internal. They look at specific budgets, projects, and assets to tell administration if the services are running efficiently. We use these rulers to hold specific city departments accountable to the work they deliver. In short, the indicators are signals we share with the community to track community outcomes, while measures are the internal rulers that we use to track operations. Next slide. Results-based budgeting is the symptomatic use of performance information to inform budget decisions, either as direct input to budget allocation decisions or to contextual information to inform budget planning. This includes data and inputs, outputs, and outcomes to make decisions, and ensuring our decision makers have the right level of information for the level of decision making. Council's strategic level is responsible for establishing outcomes and monitoring them through performance indicators to track overarching community level changes. One example of an indicator would be travel time reliability. This would relate to an outcome of ensuring that the safe and seamless movement of people and goods is a travel time within the mobility network increasing or decreasing. Administration's operational level is responsible for defining inputs and outputs and tracking them through performance measures. These are the performance and operational level measures that provide evidence on how efficiently and specific city services is being delivered. Using the travel time reliability indicator as an example, a performance measure would be transit on-time performance and would be an output level, the middle blue section. At the input level, the bottom green section, the operational measure would be even more specific and would focus on individual route on-time performance. Today, we will be reviewing the outcomes and performance indicators for each priority. This is the top gray level. For each action, strategic outcome was created to ensure that the results oriented versus action oriented. This work is essential to results-based budgeting as it shifts the focus of budget decisions away from simply tracking inputs and toward evaluating measurable value and results. I'll now turn it over to Sarah Klassen, our Director of Service and Strategy, to walk you through each of the priorities and the associated outcomes and performance measures.
Okay, so we'll go through each of the 4 priorities. On this slide, you will see the priority actions in blue. Those are the ones that Council approved on February 20th. The next column is the strategic outcome as drafted by admin for your approval today. Strategic outcomes are necessary to make the priorities executable by ensuring that they are results-oriented rather than action-oriented. The last column are the proposed indicators for each outcome. In order to avoid over-measurement and keep the indicators at a strategic level, only 1 to 2 indicators per outcome were created. This will aid you in focusing on the intended outcomes of your priorities. So first, I'll go through economic development, and instead of going through each one by one, I'm going to highlight a few as we go through each priority. So for support business startups and growth, the outcome is pretty straightforward. Businesses are enabled to easily start and grow. The indicators are business growth and business satisfaction with licensing and permitting. What you will not see here on these slides are the performance level measures that Eddie just referenced, that blue and green from the previous slide. You will see performance measures later in the planning and budget development process and would include items like license and permits issued within service levels, red tape reduction savings, and total value of grants awarded to businesses as examples. For increasing industrial and business development is a stated priority, and you will know you're heading in the right direction if we see growth in the non-residential taxable assessment base and growth in non-residential building permits. And also, you will know you're successfully increasing downtown vibrancy by watching year-over-year trends of downtown commercial vacancy rate and downtown residential growth. These two indicators provide council a signal of downtown vibrancy. For the growth management priority action of enhanced mobility networks, you explicitly requested not to narrowly focus on one mode, such as expanding public transit, but instead to a broader mobility network. Therefore, the outcome, reliable and varied mobility networks, ensure safe and seamless movement of people and goods in Edmonton, takes a holistic approach to the city's transportation system. This is not an either-or situation. Transit, active pathways, and roadways all need to work together effectively. You will know you are successful because people and goods can move in a reliable and timely way around and through the city. This is exactly why the final indicators focus on travel time reliability across both passenger traffic and freight. As Eddie had mentioned earlier, a service level measure such as transit on-time performance would roll up into these indicators. For the priority action, focus on renewal while supporting strategic growth. The two indicators are infrastructure density and condition index. These high-level indicators will allow council a view on the amount of infrastructure the city owns and the condition of those assets. Here, infrastructure density captures the city's physical infrastructure relative to its population, and it's a composite indicator made up of a mixture of assets, including roads, transit, and public-facing facilities per 1,000 residents. Infrastructure condition index evaluates the physical health of the municipal infrastructure. Measures such as unplanned maintenance ratio or infrastructure renewal deficit are performance measures which would again roll up into these indicators. For the last priority action listed here, ensure fiscal resilience and design for redeveloping and developing areas, the outcome drafted is plan growth and design foster fiscal resilience and livability with two indicators, one for new residential and redeveloping areas, the other residential in developing areas. This was to capture the input from council to achieve different goals in each area, making redevelopment areas more sustainable through infill, while carefully managing the growth pressures and costs in new developing neighborhoods. However, with this outcome or any we are about to go through this morning, if you feel like the intent is not properly captured, we'd like to hear from you. Ensure safety in public spaces takes a holistic approach to community safety, ensuring residents feel secure no matter where they are in the city. The original draft outcome taken to council in February was narrowly focused on ensuring safety only in city-owned facilities and transit, and council wanted to broaden this to public spaces to ensure it was at the community level and community focused. The true intent here is to recognize the broader ecosystem of public safety. For indicators, we paired rate of safety incidents in public spaces with the overarching sense of safety indicator, ensuring we track if Edmontonians are safe and feel safe. Address problem properties. The outcome and indicator focus on hazards of problem properties. Though problem properties have social and economic impacts, these indicators act as a signal. As the hazards of these properties go up or down, the social and economic impacts follow. The last one I'll touch on here is ensure safety on our roadways. As suggested by council, we have aligned the indicator with our Vision Zero goal, zero traffic-related serious injuries and fatalities through safer, more livable streets for all in 2032. Now into quality services. For Innovate Systems, we heard from you that this priority was external and community-facing rather than just an internal corporate IT goal. You stressed that the ultimate reason we need to innovate our systems is to drive customer satisfaction, ensuring Edmonton is an easy city to live and work within. That our systems must help build responsive relationships where residents feel listened to and trusted as true partners. This is exactly why the final indicator for this outcome doesn't measure internal IT metrics, but rather the public's ability to access city services. Internal IT metrics will continue to be measured and monitored and would appear in business plans. And lastly, but of course not least, are the principles. These are financial sustainability, affordability, and relationship driven. These three principles will be woven into the work across all priorities. Fiscal sustainability indicators look at the municipality's overall financial management and ensuring long-term flexibility. Affordability indicators are important to show that the cost of living and accessing services remains manageable for residents. And finally, relationship-driven indicators speak to the need to work with interested and affected parties and partners in different and innovative ways, from federal to provincial to local partners. If we do this right, public confidence increases. I will now hand it over to Stacy to outline how we plan to use these priorities, outcomes, and indicators to inform budget decisions.
To inform the budget, the impact of priorities and principles are being used as evaluation criteria. The criteria is important for a number of reasons. It's necessary for the transition to results-based budgeting, shifting the city's budget focus to include evaluating the actual, measurable outcomes achieved for Edmontonians. It provides a foundation for objective decision-making. By providing a data-driven framework to base resource allocations on, objective evidence of community value and allocative efficiency is achieved. It also informs decision-making for capital profiles and service packages, helping evaluate potential funding requests for the 2027 to 2030 budget. The criteria integrate basic program attributes with the 4 council priorities and their corresponding strategic outcomes and indicators into a scoring system. Details are provided in attachment 4 on the evaluation criteria. When we score, we do have robust practices that help us calibrate our scores across the corporation, ensuring scoring is done in a consistent manner. While priorities, outcomes, and indicators are scored as a way to identify impact, the guiding principles are assessed as a qualitative input. While the impact to council priorities is an important consideration in evaluating potential funding requests, it's not the only one. We work through the capital budget in phases. In the first phase, we limit the submissions of capital profiles as a way to identify and differentiate needs from wants. For the development of the 2027 to 2030 proposed capital budget, administration indicated that we would focus on decreasing the renewal funding gap while limiting growth projects. To do this, we indicated that we would consider and prioritize the following: projects mandated by legislation, projects required due to safety concerns, projects that are eligible for external funding, and projects that show significant benefit to the overall prosperity of the city. Internally, this helped us identify the priority growth projects to be evaluated within the budget. And so while we consider in phase one what we must do from a legislative and safety perspective, phase 2 of the capital budget considers other high priority projects that have legislative and safety needs or show a significant benefit to the overall prosperity of the city. And we apply here the evaluation criteria that I described on the previous slide, taking into account the impact of council priorities and basic program attributes, as well as a qualitative assessment of the guiding principles. Internally, phase 2 is currently underway. We evaluate service packages in much the same way. Operating service packages are evaluated and scored on basic program attributes as well as the impact to council priorities. We perform a qualitative assessment based on the guiding principles. And similar to the capital budget, we will complete a level setting exercise that helps us ensure that scoring is done in a consistent manner across potential funding requests. The prioritization of service packages that will be funded in the proposed operating budget will be based on the evaluation criteria you see in the attachment, and this exercise occurs internally over the next month. This slide highlights the next steps with a focus on budget and planning. It's a bit of an overview of what we've done and what's to come. So you've identified your priorities. The operating and capital investment outlooks were discussed in January, and we've kicked off public engagement, and this continues into early May. You've seen the 2025 financial results, and we've completed the department and branch presentations. You recently passed the spring tax levy confirmation and the bylaws you passed this morning. You'll see the final adjustments to the capital budget in June, so it's the final supplementary capital budget adjustment for the last cycle. Through quarter 2 and 3, you will see various reports that provide information to inform the budget process, including a strategic discussion in late May, the administrative commitment that Mr. Robar mentioned in the presentation, and in September you'll see other supporting reporting, including results for the budget engagement, the strategic risk reporting, financial results for quarter 2, and annual reporting on the municipal funding arrangements. There are numerous other reports that will support you through the decision-making process. In early November, administration will release the capital and operating budgets before deliberations commence in late November and early December. Instead of going through each priority action and its associated outcome and indicators, we'd like to first open the discussion to focus on anything that may not have been captured in the intent. We look forward to your comments, and depending on where we land today, can bring you further refinements on outcomes and indicators. This concludes the presentation. We're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Just before I turn over the chair, sort of the plan here, and thankfully we do have a lot of time today, so we're going to be a little flexible, and I'll be turning over the chair because I'm going to be making a motion, but my last call to action as I get ready to turn over the chair is just to make sure we're doing our best to, we're going to have a little flexibility here because administration's asked for feedback, and normally we have to ask questions. We can treat this a little bit like committee. It would be my recommendation as chair. Your next chair, once I make a motion, can make their own determination, but I would just say there might be some value in giving this group a little bit of flexibility. So if you want to say, I don't really like this indicator, or this is a really good indicator, that's okay, even though it's not in the form of a question. So if you're willing to exercise some discretion and still be thoughtful, we're going to try to keep this high level, of course, because that's our role. We're not supposed to go in and say, I'd like to know what the 50 specific indicators will, or the measures that we will use in the next step. Because remember, until we've approved sort of this in phases, administration can't go into the nitty-gritty, if you will, right? So let's just keep that in mind as we're going through, but we're going to provide that flexibility. And with that in mind, I'm going to give up the chair for this discussion because I do have a motion, and so I will turn the chair over to Councillor Stevenson, and she'll retain the chair for the remainder of this discussion.
Thank you. I have the chair.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the motion on the floor?
I am, yes. Yeah, the clerk has put it in the chat, and I will read it out loud here as well. So I'll move that the strategic outcomes for economic development, growth management, safety, quality services, and the outcome statement for the principles as outlined in attachment 2 of the April 28th, 2026 Office of the City Manager report with the following amendments. First Amendment, Economic Development Strategic Outcome. Under the Support Business Startup and Growth section, delete strategic outcome and replace with businesses of all sizes and sectors are able to easily start, stay, and grow in Edmonton. The second is also an economic development strategic outcome. This is under the Leverage Arts, Culture, and Sports as Economic Tourism Drivers section. Delete the strategic outcome and replace with vibrant arts, culture, and sports. Make Edmonton a premier destination for visitors and a dynamic city for residents. And third is the safety strategic outcome, which is under the Address Problem Properties section. Delete strategic outcome and replace with Edmonton neighborhoods, main streets, business improvement areas, and industrial areas are safe and free from the hazards of problem properties.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Mayor Knapp, would you like to take 2 minutes to introduce?
Yes, please. So just maybe a quick bit of information on this. So first, what this would do is this would actually break up the original motion, which was to do both the outcomes and the performance indicators today. I think the indicators are headed down the right track. I think we all might have some questions or some specific flags, and I think it's valuable, even in the chart we saw in the presentation, to make sure the outcomes are 100% clear. That would allow administration to then go forward and do a little bit more refinement coming to us back next month, because we have some more conversations, just so we can have a bit more certainty. So I see value in actually doing this sort of in a two-step process instead of a one-step. Because if we did it all in one step, I worry, and I would speak for myself, that I might want to start making specific amendments to the performance indicators without having all of the details yet. And I don't think that's good governance, so that's why I wanted to sort of do this in a staged piece. So that's sort of the high-level intent behind this, is just the outcomes instead of the outcomes and the performance indicators. Specific to the three changes, you will see them if you look at these indicators. They are very small. These are, I'm not trying to overhaul these. I actually think overall the outcomes are very good. I wanted to refine it. So you'll notice on the business, support business startup, the outcome was businesses are enabled to easily start and grow. I've just changed it to say businesses of all sizes and sectors are able to easily start, stay, and grow. Adding, just making sure we're encouraging retention. If you look at the arts culture one, it said, it's the exact same wording, but it adds a final line that says, for visitors and a dynamic city for residents, because we want both attracting tourism, but we also want to enhance our festivals and events locally. Finally, on the problem properties piece, it says Edmonton neighborhoods. Now it has Edmonton neighborhoods, main streets, business improvements, and industrial areas. So it just adds a little bit more certainty to that space. So that's the intent behind those, and I'm out of time. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you have any questions now?
I'll let others go first, and if I have more questions, I'll come to it later.
Great, thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Salvador now.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the motion on the floor. I think those are important changes. Yeah, so I'll maybe ask some questions / provide some feedback around a few of the indicators, and I'll start with just the growth management section. So one of the things that I noticed is that we're really only measuring travel time. And I'm just thinking about how city plan also speaks to mode shift and how that's kind of an underlying foundational part of our mobility network and our plans. So just something for consideration. You know, could we have some indicator that is referencing mode shift over time? Or did we think about that?
We did think about that, but we think that that is best suited as a performance measure.
Gotcha. Okay, so just a little bit more granular. I see. And would things like transit ridership or would that also be in that category?
Yeah, I think so. The outcome level, and we showed you that 4 levels of work. Mm-hmm. What you're talking about is in those bottom 2 levels. So
gotcha.
We would further refine that. You'll end up with a service plan, the same way you get the ETS service plan now that has all of those indicators in it that you'll be able to see as you go through that are more granular. Okay. So yeah, we'll refine those down as we go through this process. Great. And you'll have those, like all the stuff you're talking about will show up in the end of this process. Got
it. Okay. And then I'll try to bump it up one level. Also in growth management, though, for ensuring fiscal resilience and design for developing and redeveloping areas. Right now, it looks like we're only measuring unit counts, but I'm not really seeing how that's reflective of fiscal resilience. Like we're measuring the location of growth by looking at unit counts, but not, like I don't see how we're capturing the fiscal resilience piece. Yeah, thoughts on that? Like I was thinking about, and maybe this is challenging, but like revenue to life cycle costs to be able to speak to the fiscal piece.
Councillor Salvador, I'm Kim over on the side here. Perhaps that's one we can take away and look at maybe reframing around like the fiscal impact analysis that we do as it relates to neighborhood planning or area structure planning, like a broader or district type of area that would account for both residential and non-residential, which both inform that fiscal resilience piece.
Right, yeah, I think that's just a really critical one that relates to some very important work that we're doing. So I want to make sure that that's captured. And for, sorry, there's like a bunch under growth management, focusing on renewal while supporting strategic growth. One of the potential indicators that stood out to me is like measuring the renewal gap as a very, again, maybe that's more detailed. I'm seeing nodding heads. Thoughts on that?
I think ultimately this is why we landed on condition. So condition, if condition is deteriorating, that's your signal that you need to do something. The renewal gap itself will be a thing that we monitor and watch over time, and we would likely have a performance measure to close those.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Jumping to economic development for leveraging arts, culture, sports. Actually, I think this one might be taken care of by the motion on the floor, because I was hoping to reflect sort of the value of arts and culture for residents, and like looking at festival or event attendance, things like that. But I think that's captured, so that's good to know. Yeah, and I also had a note around addressing problem properties, looking at potentially a slightly more broad or inclusive indicator that would look at properties that have been remediated / sold, are now in compliance, redeveloped, that really speaks to the outcome or result of the action taken through our problem properties work. As opposed, because I think we could run into a situation where if we're only looking at property incidents, does a higher number of property incidents, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Does that mean we're just reporting more and our teams are going out more? So just want, like, the directionality of that, would just want to be careful with what we're measuring. I am not going to have time for another, but I had a question around climate as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Under safety, I'm interested in seeing something that highlights a culture of enforcement, not just around safety in terms of the violence prevention piece, but also just in terms of enforcement of our bylaws in general. We have some pieces here about safety on our roadways. I'm thinking about the other pieces that we're doing around things that contribute to. So graffiti, is that safety? Is littering safety? Is vehicle noise violation safety? I think all of these things contribute to degradation of a culture of safety and well-being. And so I'm interested in seeing something there that speaks to that culture of enforcement, whether we're talking about towing vehicles or the snow removal compliance or the street sweeping compliance. So something about that for culture of enforcement, enforcing city bylaws, and being proactive in our timelines. I don't know if admin wants to, or if the city manager wants to respond to that.
It's Jennifer Flaman from Community Services.
Please, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for flagging that. We do have a number of measures that go a little bit deeper that speak to the compliance rate that you're talking about and some of our enforcement activity. So although you don't see it in that top line, it certainly does underpin that larger conversation that you're hoping to have.
Okay. For growth management, I'm interested in seeing something about efficient land use, not just about in terms of focusing on renewal and right sizing our infrastructure, but actually something about a land use target where we're looking at seeing a certain number of buildings redeveloped or utilized or reutilized or something to that effect. I don't know how that could be articulated.
So Councillor Jans, those would be, anytime that we want to establish a target, we see those as better suited for performance measures, kind of one level down from the indicators.
Okay. Under the growth, I'm also interested in adding under the design for developing and redeveloping areas. I would like to see a maximizing non-residential growth in any future growth area. I was thinking of, I think we could say something like striking residential from future growth area, but I think we could say maximizing non-residential and future growth area, really highlighting that we want to make sure that we're investing in our industrial and non-residential opportunities as we get closer to the airport. So I'll leave that with my colleagues. I think we need to give fairly explicit direction there. And then finally, under growth management and economic development, I'm coming back to that piece about the fiscal gap analysis and the raw deal in the region, how I think we need to look for a fair deal in the region here and to stop the downloading of costs from the region into Edmonton, and how are we going to maintain cost recovery there. So I'd like to see a little more focus there, whether it's about how we look at future cost recovery initiatives, future amalgamation initiatives, future whatever it is that we decide to do. But I think that needs to be articulated as well.
Anything further, Councillor Jones?
Yeah, climate. I was trying to find the indicators where we could talk about energy efficiency, or I'm mindful. I think there was these aren't the exact numbers, but I recall there was something like we did a HVAC analysis in the city, and I think it was a $250,000 expenditure, but then it ended up saving like $3 million in HVAC costs. So where can we highlight the sort of win-win-wins of energy efficiency and climate outcomes that could be present here? I'm not sure where that could go under.
Okay.
But some sort of an indication around climate there. But overall, I want to say really good work, and this is moving us in the right direction. I think there's some edits, but overall, I commend administration for pulling this together. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Next, Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So just before I get into attachment 2 with the specifics, I was more just wondering how these indicators were developed. Were you able to run some of these by the ABCs that we fund and authorize to achieve these goals, like Explore, Arts Council, Edmonton Unlimited? Just because I find, like, when I was reading through them, it definitely made me like wonder out loud, what do some of these organizations say? Because I imagine they also have outcomes that they're working under.
I can start with kind of what we did is we basically, when we met on February 20th and council was giving input on their priorities, we also heard some interest in different indicators and measures, and we took all of that feedback back from that day. We also worked across our corporation with ELT, the DCMs, and our subject matter experts to get input, and really what we were trying to do is reflect back what we heard from council and what they were looking for in their priorities. Because of the time that we have, there was no external engagement specifically on these indicators.
Well, you mentioned subject matter experts. Are those internal, external? And I see the ABCs really as an extension of the council and the city. So if you can just clarify that.
Sorry, when I'm talking subject matter experts, we were talking internal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I also see we are basically mandating some of these down, and I think it would have been helpful. And I wasn't sure if you are eventually going to involve them after sort of this round of feedback from council, and then get a sounding board that way. Would you do that?
We absolutely can do that in between. So once we get some clarity on what we're refining this down to, then we can go in between and then come back. We're coming back anyway with kind of the refinement of the conversation, and we can come back with that touch base as well.
Yeah, and then you said that the next touch base is in June?
May 19th.
May 19th. Okay, so between now and then you'll get some of that feedback. Yeah, I mean, I think some of those folks are also subject matter expertise that, I would like to hear what they have to say on this too. And then just one more on the process, like as part of that internal engagement. So for example, if we have the economic action plan, that plan has outcomes too, right? I imagine you kind of collated some of that into this document.
Yeah, I would say like we were careful also to not create duplication. So if there's a performance measure, an action that's in the action plan that folded within the actions that you have, it's not our goal to duplicate. We're trying to keep the indicators at a high enough level that we can still facilitate the work of all the connected plans in a more detailed manner.
Okay. Okay, good. So I appreciate not trying to duplicate, but again, as I was looking through these, I'm like, oh, I wonder what it says in our, economic action plan, our blueprint for violence prevention. I was also wondering, just on kind of the overall, around budget time, I'm curious what we can expect about the performance measures and targets, because I think by then we'll have something pretty robust. And then would you be sharing like data to council, or even show like sort of trends that would demonstrate which investments might lead to progress in which indicators? Is that something we can expect?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we said in the presentation that we'll give some frequent, or not frequent, but some biannual or annual updates to council on where we stand on the indicators. And obviously that would lead to adjustments that might need to be made in the plan if we're not seeing things move.
Okay, great. And then one last one just on the process. In terms of like the scoring and the averaging, I think just looking at items for the budget and kind of using the evaluation matrix. So just want to know, like, so each item, service package or capital profile, be scored against all strategic outcomes, right? And then the score is average, even though it might be highly rated in one priority. Like, I guess I'm asking about weighting, perhaps.
Yeah, that's
And-
correct. So we have assumed that they weight equally unless council provides some direction otherwise, but they'll
Okay.
be scored and evaluated with equal weighting. I would just say like we
Thank
score
you.
things, but we also apply a lens afterwards to make sure, is this the right outcome? Like we test our scoring all the time is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in, and just because we have some guests, Councillor Stevenson, so I'm going to retake the, not officially taking the chair because the motion is still on the floor, but I've got the slip. So
Happy to turn the floor to you.
Thank you. Because we do have some guests. We are here and joined by the grade 6 class from Nellie Carlson School. Your teacher, A. Cackett, is that how I say it correctly? Did I say it? Perfect. And you are located, your school is located in Ward Pehasawin. Your city councillor is right over there, Councillor Mike Elliott, who's very excited to see you, as we all are. So I imagine you just did the tour, you did your mock council already. Excellent. And where's the mayor from the mock council? Mayor, do you want to come down? Tell us a little bit about what you discussed, your decisions today. Whichever way, yeah, you just follow there. There we go. I'm worried you're too tall for this podium. I'm worried you're taller than I am at grade 6, which is okay. What's your first name?
Timothy.
Mayor Timothy, tell us what your class discussed today in your mock council.
We discussed an 11 p.m. curfew for Edmontonians under the age of 18.
Oh, and what did you decide?
We decided that is not the right decision.
Not the right decision, okay. And was it a unanimous decision or was it split?
It was 3 to 10.
So there were 3 people who still wanted to have a curfew. Interesting, all right. But 10 of you did not. What did you decide personally as one of the?
I personally decided that it is not the right thing to do.
Excellent. Give me one reason why you made that decision.
Because not all youth, of course, do crimes at night, and some youth also work at that time.
Absolutely, that's a great, very thoughtful. As I told your other class, I didn't spoil this for your other class because I was mentioning just about a month ago in March, the town of Okotoks talked about this very issue. They have had a curfew in place for kids 15 and under, or under 15 between midnight and 5 a.m. for 30 years. And back in March, they made a decision to overturn it finally. So they repealed it. So they did what you just already decided, which is not to put in a curfew. But that was an interesting thing that I thought I would share with the class. It was a fascinating discussion that they had. So, well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all of you for being here. It's a delight to have you. Welcome, everyone, to City Hall. We're in a slightly interesting place because we're talking about a particular item, council's priorities, but because I have made a motion on it, I actually am not the chair right now. So I would normally be chairing this meeting, but the motion that you see on the screen, I'm the one that moved it. So in fact, Councillor Stevenson, who is our deputy mayor right now, she is going to be chairing the rest of the meeting. We broke a little bit from protocol because normally it's the chair that would welcome you. And technically I'm not the chair right now, but I wanted to, since I'm in the room here, I wanted to say thank you as on behalf of all of us. And now I'm going to give the floor back to Councillor Stevenson, who is now running this meeting. I get to sit back and not relax, but slightly less work. Councillor Stevenson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We'll go next to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. For economic development, when we're looking at hotel occupancy, is that just while an event is going on in the city, or is that, because we hear from Explore Edmonton that, people go home from events and then tell their friends to come and tour the city. So how will that be measured?
Hotel occupancy rate, that will come from the province. It's the one that we typically use to test out economic development. It's kind of a standard one. I don't know if Kim can give a more robust answer to that.
But I'm just wondering, is it just time specific for while events are going on?
No, it would be through the year.
Through the year, okay, thank you very much. And then I think under growth management, I just want to double check. That is slide 9. So under growth management, when we're looking at travel time reliability, I know like in our mobility network assessment report, we were given different stats as far as number of commuters versus number of vehicles. So is that what's meant here by transit and vehicle passenger info?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we're looking at here, it's really around the level of travel time reliability and consistency. We're still working out the actual nuance of this measure. It would be a new one for us, but we're really looking at a measure. It's in the terms of additional time that commuters need to allocate to compensate for unexpected delays. So it's really, it's quantified. We've got a percentage of travel time minus average travel time over average travel time. What we're saying here is it's looking at transit and vehicle average passenger travel time, and we'll have a calculation in the back that we're in the process of refining. So you would have the definition and exactly what it is. We don't currently give you a metric on this right now.
And I would just to add, what we want the focus to be on is how well are people and goods moving, and if they're not moving well, that signals that we need to take an action. The action that we take and the performance measure that we measure will be deeper into the performance measures so that we're addressing the right thing that's causing a delay in travel or reliability issues.
Okay, looking forward to seeing that. And the infrastructure, will that include part of that mobility network? Or is it just building and facilities?
No, it includes roads, transit, and public-facing facilities.
Okay, and going over to slide number 10 for safety. So you talk about violent crimes and crimes against property. What about other crime and social disorder? How will that be, measured, or what outcomes are we looking for that? And I'm, so social disorder, also wildlife safety concerns, environmental concerns as well.
This one on violent crimes is specific because council had asked to focus on violent crimes. That's why this one is here.
Okay, so, but ensuring safety, so then ensuring safety in public spaces, maybe that's more where the social disorder and that comes in.
Yeah, those are going to be underneath those indicators. So it all rolls up into this kind of more global indicator. So the performance measures underneath that are going to be things like social disorder, graffiti, things that kind of impact the safety and environment stuff.
Okay, okay. I don't think I have anything for services. Oh, on slide 14, talked about the community served. Are we looking at, like, the majority of the community, or maybe it wasn't 14?
I think you're referring to the basic program attributes.
Yes.
Yeah, so when we look at basic program attributes, we're looking at how widely is the service available in the community. So like something like fire rescue services serves the entire community versus other funding decisions may only serve a portion of the community. So it's a thing we contemplate when scoring.
Okay, so when you score something, are you just looking at the majority of people that it serves, or are you looking at maybe the more vulnerable populations and the, you know, the greater impact on them?
That is a good question.
And my time is up.
I'm back to. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I have a question, or if you could explain further, under economic development, downtown vibrancy is one of the, I'm not sure if it's an indicator or an outcome action. You know, I hear some concerns from businesses within the ward I represent and other BIAs that why are we focusing on downtown vibrancy? Why is the focus there? Can you explain further why it is seen as important?
So, Councillor Principe, the action was identified by council as a priority. Foundationally, downtowns are important for any big city in terms of arts and culture, our commerce, where you know we attract tourism, etc. So it's really the intersection of our non-residential growth, our residential growth. It's a priority growth area in our center city. So it plays a really important role in terms of why it's important for all Edmontonians. And we have a downtown action plan that's really looking at how we attract investment, continue to grow our residential component of downtown that will translate to a more vibrant downtown.
So it truly impacts our economic development, a vibrant downtown.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then for informing capital budget decisions, we were talking about the external funding opportunities, which I think it's really important to be aware of them. But I guess I'm concerned that we're too focused on that sometimes, where maybe we're not really focusing on our priorities, but we see, well, we don't want to leave money on the table. So I'm really concerned that we don't carry forward with that, like making sure that we're focusing on our priorities as opposed to just the funding that's available from other levels of government.
Yeah, it's a fair point. We do try to also think about it in scope and scale, and is that a item that's going to come up in the near future? I do think that the evaluation frameworks do help us understand, is this a priority? And if the answer is yes, then it scores even higher if there's also funding available from an external party, being a province, federal government, or private.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And then for the continue action on housing options. And I know that council has done some, you know, along with administration, well, more administration on the zoning bylaw, and that's, you know, a way that there was action on housing options. Is it really, are we now kind of going more into other jurisdiction if we are focusing on grants, housing grants, and is that really our lane?
Jennifer from Community Services. When it comes to affordable housing, all orders of government do have a role to play. And the role that the city plays is often first investor in, so providing land, the zoning as you've suggested. But also when it comes to federal and provincial grants, they're often a third, a third, and a third. So if we want to leverage and get Edmonton's fair share, we have to be able to come to the table and be able to match some of those federal dollars and provincial dollars that are available.
Okay, so that will be going forward, it would be more in conjunction with other levels of government.
We certainly do want to leverage other orders of government, and as part of Budget 2730, there will be some opportunities for council to give us some direction on how they'd like to proceed with some of those funding envelopes that are available.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Chair Stevenson. I'll be pretty rapid fire here. Under the problem properties item, and I know it's even in the mayor's amendment here, problem properties is really defined very narrowly. And so I kind of hear the same concerns that Councillor Jans mentioned about, when we think about abandoned vehicles and enforcement and community standards bylaws or even animal care and control bylaws, and the need to be, under safety or quality services, pushing more on this. So I'm just wondering how, because problem properties itself is very narrowly focused. And so is it under quality services? Is it under safety? But I do agree with Councillor Jans that that's something that's missing.
So, Councillor Rutherford, I think at the highest level, some of those things would potentially fold under ensure safety in public spaces, but really problem properties is here as its own item, as that was a priority provided specifically by council. So the narrowed focus on problem properties is part of your actions. So we would need to, if you want more of something other than problem properties or a wider lens, we'd be looking for direction from you to widen that category.
Yeah, and maybe it falls under community quality services, so I'll think on that. I'll just jump to quality services then. Can you tell me, because like when we had the presentations by departments, there was a lot of service standards that we currently have that aren't even being met. So where are those being measured in this evaluation? Based on whatever is set in budget 2730.
So service standards would be closer to performance measures. So we establish the service, we measure against that service that service level that we establish. It's a very important part of results-based budgeting, but it would come in the branch performance measures and the department performance measures, and in certain service lines in their operating performance measures.
I do think there's a disconnect though with like the performance indicators, because we talk about, people having satisfaction with city programs and services, but I think because there is such an interplay with what decisions we make at budget and what we can realistically achieve, I think that there is something that needs to be elevated there. And so that's the feedback I would give. So for example, if we don't fund a certain number of fire halls, are our service standards even realistic? And then are we just going to adjust our service standards lower and then be able to achieve that easily, right? Like, do you see what I'm talking about? Like
Yeah, I do. And I think this is where we see this as a signal. So we would, when we send out the service satisfaction survey, when we start to see that Edmontonians are not satisfied with the service, that's the signal for us to look at the service standards that we've defined, look at whether those are being met, and bring back a results-based budget discussion about what do we fund at what level and how will you pay for it.
Okay, then just rapidly I think under the growth management, we're missing substantial completion. I don't see that reflected anywhere. I feel like there's a real push to nodes and corridors, which I understand, but nodes and corridors can happen throughout our city, and we have neighborhoods within the Henday that aren't complete yet. And so I want to say that for me, as an indicator of success, if I don't see some of those neighborhoods filling out over the next 4 years, I don't feel that's success. So I just wanted to give that as a piece of feedback, and maybe I make an amendment or not if the chair thinks it's necessary, but I wanted to highlight that. And I also think that something around the River Valley explicitly is missing in this, or where do you see the River Valley fitting in? Because I could easily see, protection or an enhancement of the River Valley falling low on a priority sequence based on what's in front of us. So how do I make sure that that's elevated?
Councillor Rutherford, I'll comment on substantial completion, and maybe this is further to Councillor Salvador's comments, that we look at updating the performance indicator to more be reflective of like a fiscal impact analysis, which does inform the work around substantial completion, and that work is coming to council later this year. But I don't know that we would be overly specific about substantial completion as an indicator. So we can put some thought into how we can reframe that. I can appreciate what council's or what I'm hearing in terms of the intention there.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I just want to say, I think overall this is great as we kind of continue the process in our strategic priorities. Big believer in KPIs, targets, goals, kind of how I'm wired, probably the sales background in me. And I'm not that hung up on the strategic outcomes wordings, although I do like the mayor's recommendations in his motion. I think that is positive. But I'm more focused on the performance indicators, and I know we're not entirely confirming those today, but I think I just want to kind of start and ask our city manager, Mr. Robar, I kind of want to see what success looks like in your opinion, right? So if I just take an example, if we go into our economic development and we go increase industrial business investment with the performance indicators, like the real growth in non-res tax base and growth in non-res building permits. And just be clear to me, do we want to have a goal we want to hit, a percentage target, even a dollar value, or is it based more on that criteria?
I think it's all of the above. I think like the underneath these, you're going to have those other indicators that show you dollar growth or property growth, or what does that look like. I think as part of the economic action plans, you'll see that come to fruition, and you'll start to measure against that economic action plan. This again is going to be a indicator of, are we moving in the right direction? So you'll see the high level shift. If we're not moving the needle up, and we might say, I don't know what the indicator or the performance measure might be. It might be 1% growth in non-residential tax base in 4 years. I don't know, but and I'm making that up, by the way. But I think like those kinds of things, you'll be able to see the needle move up or move down, or stay flat. And if it's flat and we're not impacting that, it's an indicator for us to do something different. And what are we doing in the plan itself to impact that work? If we're not seeing the impact that we're looking for in that trend line, then it's a reason for us to go back into the plan and say, do we need to adjust to make this more aggressive or something like that? So I think there's merit in all of the things, and as we start to build out that annual service plan, you'll see that you'll get more granular information on each of these items as we start to walk through the build out of the plans. I think that'll help create some clarity on that. But this is all about, what does that trend line look like? And if there's something in there, there could be 5 or 6 or 7 different performance metrics that leading to one specific thing that's not acting in the way we want it to, and then we'll have to adjust that thing to try and drive that number back up.
Okay, so we'll kind of we'll have some real numbers to look at. And I get it's complex. There's a bunch out there, but have some real kind of metrics. And I guess same sort of thing, like for quality services, like enjoy a sense of civic pride, rooted, strong community, with sense of community, like indicator potentially. That we're going to be looking at something more of like a survey-focused results, I would guess, on something like that.
Yeah, we'll have qualitative and quantitative assessments that come along with this stuff. That's more of that kind of well-managed city stuff we always talk about. Is like when I walk out my front door, I want to see well-managed city, And I think that you'll hear me say that a lot, but as we start looking at the budget and how we build that out, it's going to be really about, how do people walk out their front door and they say, okay, we've got something here, we're moving in the right direction, I see change. And then getting that feedback, it's going to be in different facets of qualitative and quantitative assessments, but.
And then kind of just furthermore on that, so if we set these goals kind of over a 4-year process, do we want to look at kind of like bite-sizing them a little bit in chunks too? Because it's, sometimes you throw it out there, it could be really tough, but do we want to see how that goes in a yearly basis?
Yeah, I think the evaluation of the 4-year budget is always something we do annually too, right? So as we build out the budget, it's not going to be everything's going to happen in year one. Some of this stuff might happen incrementally as we go, or we might be growing the scope of a piece of work that we're doing in each of these categories over that 4-year period, or we might be just getting ourselves established for the end of that 4-year. So there's, like, as we start to build that budget out, that clarity of how that's going to roll may not all happen at once, and some of that growth might happen over that 4-year budget itself. So. And we'll evaluate that every year. So these indicators that we have and the strategic outcomes, we'll be watching those to make sure that we're moving in the direction that council's looking for, and we evaluate that, and we sit in front of council and say this is where we're at, and then we'll have some information for council as to what we think are impacting the other ups, the downs, the things that we might need to do to adjust our budget to make sure that we're still moving in the right direction each year.
Yeah, I think there's some value in that. Sometimes it can look like a real tough thing to get to, but if you say, hey, we're getting there after year 1, after year 2, so.
Yeah, economic development is a good indicator of that. It takes time, so.
All good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed reading this, actually. I think it's a great body of work. One of the things, so I know, Mayor, you want to talk about just the strategic outcomes, but I do think that as I'm listening to my council colleagues, I'm seeing there's even a need to even go past the performance indicators. People want to see what the next step is. So I'm okay with talking about the strategic outcomes, but I'd love to be able to actually also go to the performance indicators, because when and this is through the chair to the mayor, but I want to actually see the next steps, and so I don't want to stop it at the strategic outcomes and then come back to the performance indicators. I'd like to see the business plans that are going to all roll up into this. So that's just my feedback there. I'm okay with the amendments to the strategic outcomes. They do add a bit more. I would say that for the safety one, I am concerned about narrowing it into those places, because I think these strategic outcomes are supposed to be very high level. And so I would like to see Edmonton are safe and free from, or Edmonton is safe versus kind of honing it in. And I think the BIA, the main streets, that could be part of the business plans or performance indicators from action. So I'll just leave that there. I think the performance indicators are really good. I think some of them could use a little bit more. And by mean more, I mean just understanding the performance a little bit more. And to my colleagues, I think comments, I also want to say that there are a lot of things that will fit into this. I don't want to add any more. There's a lot of work just in here. If we start to add more, then we're actually not prioritizing anything. When I look at the River Valley, I look at that as mobility networks. And when I look at substantial completion, I look at that as changing the non-residential tax base, increasing it, and then also making sure that residential and developing areas is something that we're looking at. So I think that there are parts in here that will relate to that when we look at the more detailed indicators. I would like to see short, medium, and long-term goals. I think in terms of just the KPIs of liking to see from the business plans what people are looking at doing in the short, medium, and long, so that we're hitting those, because there are some of these things that we will not see move in our council term here, and we just need to know that. But we need to know that we set an infrastructure to do that. I think for me, what stood out is the only thing that stood out is build and foster civic pride. Sense of community might be just too. I don't know how we're going to, that performance indicator, I feel there could be something stronger there. I don't know if there is something that administration can take a look back at that. And then the other one was sense of safety. So I just wanted to, like, sense of safety is a performance indicator. Would you say that that's like perception of safety as well?
Yep, that's a perception of safety.
Right, because we have a perception of safety measuring tool of some sort, right?
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that all of the measures in here, we have either a survey that we do it or we're lifting it from somewhere else. So it's, yeah, there's an actual survey tool that will get people's perception of their sense of safety.
Okay, and then the other one that we thought was just a little bit too high level was kind of the trust in the city for relationship driven for our principals. Yeah. And I think for me, I'd like to actually understand who would see the city as being a good partner. Like if there's some sort of measurement in that sense or number of partners, I think that's probably, the number of partners is a little bit lower level. Yeah. But I think for me, it's about trying to understand, like, it's one of those questions that would you recommend working with the city kind of questions in terms of a relationship-driven one for that. Yeah.
We're currently working with our research engagement team as part of their brand and reputation study that they're currently working on right now. So that's where this information would come from.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you. And I would just, from my perspective, I would like to stay this is. Once we start to understand what some of these are, I'm happy to add priorities to council. But at this point in time, I wouldn't want to add a single more priority to this list.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks, and I'm pretty excited about this report too. It's great. Like I've heard from a few others, I'm a little stuck on the problem properties one, and I'm just trying to think higher level, I guess, on this. Like, I think about my old neighborhood. I used to live up in the north side in Ward Métis in Alberta Avenue area, and I think of like all the great work that has done to turn that neighborhood around, and the leadership of my colleague over there as well. So I'm wondering. I guess I'm wondering if that's like the tool to address safety, or if that's like the action, or like is it neighborhood revitalization, or like is it the right place for it, I guess, is the question for me.
It's a good question. I think what I think I may be hearing is that problem properties is a little bit too narrow focused. But again, I would just draw you back to problem properties was language that council gave us. And so I think we would need, if the intent is to make that wider into, instead of just problem properties, but something either at the neighborhood level, we would just need some time to take that back and sort it out.
Okay, yeah, I would be interested in that for sure. So, thanks. That's a great report, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Knack, for first round of questions.
Thanks. Yeah, and I mean, on that, I think, and I don't want to get too much into speaking to it, I think my worry of going broader until, if there's something, is that then it does spread us thin. And this is something that we've been very targeted on, and part of why, and so I'm sort of answering, but I may be looking to amend for a thought on that, is that, I mean, it might be some type of amend, but I don't know how everything we do that gets too high level or too generic makes it tough for you to start defining specific outcomes there, or you have to have so many outcomes and performance indicators that now, a little bit to Councillor Parmar's point, that now you're starting to do a lot of different things when we want to be doing three. And so I guess that's sort of why I think, speaking for myself, that I think why we'd identified the problem properties, even though it's not exclusive to the safety of neighborhoods, it is certainly a core element. Thoughts on that?
I would absolutely agree with your statement.
Okay. At the end of the day, though, if council wants to change, we can make motions.
I mean, we're trying to get an indication of how we build this budget and then where we focus the effort and priority. The money's going to go into the things that matter to council. We're trying to get that feedback here today of what that performance metric looks like at that top level, so that we can take those indicators and start building them out.
Yeah, and I think part of why I updated the wording a little bit, because where I feel like I want to see a focus is, it's not, certainly the problem property in a local community in the middle of a block in the middle of the neighborhood matters, But those derelict and problem properties on a main street are hurting our economic viability as a city, which is part of why I wanted to add the naming of it and make sure that we realize how important that is. Because, you know, formerly representing Stony Plain Road, there's still, gosh, too many properties on that road that are not contributing to the overall vibrancy and and I would add the economic development of that space. And it feels like a bit of a chicken and egg. So if I stay targeted on that, can that help kickstart the rest? So that's sort of why I was interested in that sort of focus point. Okay, that's helpful. Just a few other questions, or rather, I guess, feedback. For attracting industrial and business investments, I think one indicator we might want to use is the percentage of land that's shovel ready for development. I think right now we're at 3%. We probably need to be a lot more in order to actually see the investment that I think some of our regional neighbors are experiencing. I think others have already flagged the sense of community performance indicator. The only thing I maybe add to that particular one is I think Explore Edmonton has some type of metric they've been using, something like a local sentiment index. I can't remember, or it's like a local net promoter score. So that might be the way to tackle that one. I was feeling similarly, it was a touch vague. Yeah, I think the other one for Innovate Systems, I would say sort of the out loud, maybe this is actually a question. Have we considered incorporating a metric that encourages us to use new systems to deliver quality services? Or is it better just to say that we're delivering it more efficiently, whether we're introducing a new service or a new system or not?
Yeah, it could be a multitude of different things. Sometimes it's a tool, sometimes it's a piece of equipment, sometimes it's a system. So we try to keep it a bit higher level, but
perfect.
Suffice it to say, we're looking at all those three.
Great. I want to come back to Councillor Tang's questions around. I know we're not being asked to approve attachment 4 on the scoring, but I am thinking about that one a little bit, and the averaging piece in particular. While we've already tried to narrow down where we want to focus, my worry with averaging is that we do get to a point of like that there might be, the 4 strategic priorities are important, but there might be ones that we want to be a little more focused on, and ones that, you know, in a world of 3 other new things come up that have to divert our attention, and you have to divert something from one of those priorities in the next 6 months. Do you have enough guidance if we average to decide, hey, I might need to divert from growth management to focus on this area right now if we average?
I think that's always a part of our process.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have 4-year budgets that we build out, but we have annual reviews that we go through these budgets for. Part of that is the indication of what's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Things change. You know, COVID hits. You know, things are going to change the way that we look at our priorities in each way. We have to validate that as we go through and make adjustments. Or if our indicators, or we're not landing on specific items that we want to see progress in, we might have to make a shift in order to kind of leverage that a little bit more than we would something else that maybe we're seeing more success in.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that evaluation process is built into the framework that we're talking about.
Okay. I might have a few more, but we'll see when I come around. I think I have to move another round.
I'm going to take a round.
Oh, yes.
So I'll pass the chair to Councillor Tang.
I'll take it.
Thank you. So just picking up on that, on the mayor's point, I think my concern with averaging is that there might be an initiative or an investment that, you know, really meaningfully moves the needle significantly on safety, let's say, but it has absolutely no impact on growth management. And I just worry that we maybe lose some of those big moves or big opportunities to shift the priorities if we're always going by an average.
Yeah, and I guess I would say, you know, we take direction from council on this. So, you know, the priorities for us are the four priorities. So, if council wants to say one is more important than another, we're happy to take that feedback.
Well, I don't think it's about one being more important than the other. It's recognizing that not every initiative can be all things. Right? Like, I think if we're looking for things that hit on all 4 all the time, I think we could end up with pretty diluted investments.
Yeah, so I think, remember the evaluation criteria is a tool. So we ask people to use the tool to evaluate the impact that a service package or a project has on a council priority. That scoring then provides us with a relative ranking of what looks important. We calibrate it, but we still apply judgment. So we still do, as administration, look at this one moves the needle more than that, and those types of things factor into our decisions to fund or not fund an item.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's great to hear that that's part of the process, because I think it's really critical to have that discretion, I guess. And maybe again, just to be clear, that the expectation isn't that everything we invest in is going to be simultaneously hitting all four of those things. I think we want a spectrum of initiatives that are advancing the four, but not all advancing all four all the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'd say generally we'd agree with that for sure. I think that at the end of the day, all of this stuff is going to land in front of council as we see the administrative side of the work and landing that with council in terms of what priorities look like. And those adjustments, I guess, are always open for moving up and down the list.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I also just want to dig into a question just in terms of how these are going to be used. So wanted to get a bit more clarity from administration about this notion that, you know, the indicators are for council to use, and then the measures are for administration to use. So for me, I actually think that at a governance level, it's critically important that we have line of sight and really close watch over measures, because that really speaks to the role of the corporation that we have direct control over. So what is administration's intent there? Are measures shared publicly, shared with council? Do we review those together?
Yeah, so the intent is absolutely that performance measures are shared publicly. They'd be shared in a component of the corporate business plan as part of the budget. They'll be part of that document. In the operational measures where they're important to the community will be shared through service plans. So the intent is that it's shared publicly. The intent is you tell us the things to focus on, we develop the performance measures. You'd still have a say through the budget process or through all the processes to be like, I'm not sure that that's the measure that gets the outcome that we want, but we're the ones that are going to take and try and build performance measures into the business plans to achieve the priorities and the stated outcomes that you have here today.
Okay, so for building the measures, I'm just wondering for like reviewing and tracking the measures.
Yeah, so you would, and then we would report them. So the goal is ultimately that we would report your measure. So you'd report indicators annually, and that performance measures would start to form part of the performance reporting that comes alongside the financial reporting. This is all tied to results-based budgeting. So you'll see how well we're performing financially and whether we're meeting the performance measures in each respective area as part of consolidated reporting that you'll see not quite quarterly. We come 3 times a year.
Perfect. Okay, great. That's really helpful. I appreciate that clarification. I'll come back with a few more questions, but I will move a second round.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson, second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
So we're just, you know what, it'd be, eScribe's not cooperating. Could we do it with unanimous consent, please?
Okay, well, and you'll let me know if there's unanimous nodding in the room?
I feel like it's unanimous nodding.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So then we're on to the second round and pass it back to you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And I will now pass the floor to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So just one more thing on that public tracking tool for the dashboard. Did you say a timeline for when that will be public?
No, I did not say a timeline. I think like the easiest thing or the first things that we will focus on is obviously business plans for department and branch, which will come in budget. The intent would be then to do service plans, roll that reporting, connect it to financial results, and be building a dashboard in the background for that. But we haven't put a timeline on the dashboard, but we do understand that it is a thing we'd want to move relatively quickly on.
Okay, but it still sounds like sometime, like probably next year after the budget then.
Yeah, you can't really build out that dashboard till we get an approved budget and approach moving forward. So we
Yeah.
want to make sure we get that established and then move the dashboard forward after that.
Okay, fair enough. And I think that's even that kind of rough timeline is helpful. I recognize, I think some questions I might ask probably fall under your, like the measures piece that will come later. So, you know, I think no response required. I'll just spit these out. For like the business growth, I was thinking about maybe these are the specifics, like number of new business each year, tracked through licensing permits, startup numbers, number of jobs created through some of these businesses. And if we can track this through, I'm assuming the business census, that'd be great. But I think this is one example of something that will come later. I think the mayor already asked about shovel-ready land. I was wondering for the arts piece, you know, again, can we track the number of jobs created through festivals, number of small businesses, licenses issued to artists, number of artists in the city? I would assume that this is something Arts Council might have. I think somebody already asked about perception of safety. For road safety, I was wondering about near misses, but again, I think this is a measurement. For violence prevention, I was wondering about tracking number of youth programs in the community, after school initiatives, just because I see these all falling within violence prevention programs. Again, I think that's under measures. And I'm wondering for the innovate systems one, it just feels light. But you know, what about integration of tech and AI automation? Could that be translated into an indicator? I don't know if you can comment on that a bit.
I think I would just say, like, I think as an indicator, the reason it feels light is because what we're trying to measure is, are you able to access the services through a route into the city? And from there, when we notice that people can't access, that helps us determine the potential technology solution that we might need to take to make that accessible.
Okay. Okay, okay. All right. I'll be okay with that. As long as that's understood. I think somebody asked about net promoter score. And that might be a measurement, like how likely are we going to promote Edmonton to our friends and families outside of the city or in the city? And then the question around trust in the city, I think somebody else asked about that. I was like, trust from whom? I think that question around who's more likely to partner. I was wondering, could this be incorporated into the service satisfaction survey with residents? So trust from residents. But then what about regional relationships, MOU partners relations, other orders of government? Like, do we care or do we, you know, is there a way to track that? Just some thoughts for sort of the next stage for this. And then finally, maybe just more broadly, as we kind of become more granular with this process, can you just speak to a bit about, you know, what changes structurally, you know, within the administration that might happen in order to deliver on these indicators and outcomes?
I think we've already started to kind of move in that direction. So we've had some recent changes to the structure of the organization to make sure that we're focusing on how we work efficiently in terms of what our corporate services look like and how we can lean into things like AI, you know, different initiatives that we have going on, and also how we support our staff and people in the organization to make sure that we give them the tools that they need to do their job. So you'll see some of that stuff take effect now. Obviously, as we go through the budget and land on an approach and a mired budget for the next 4 years, that'll help us kind of further refine, you know, how we set ourselves up in order to make sure that we're achieving the outcomes set by council.
Excellent. Thank you. I look forward to the next check-in with May 19th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just following up on the River Valley as part of the mobility network, I think it might be better suited under quality services to help build and foster civic pride. Because I think it is something that everybody is proud of, and I don't think we want to be driving through it. My comment about the communities, the portion of communities served, you were, I think, Stacy, mid-sentence?
Yeah, so just to give you maybe a little bit of insight into how we typically score that. So anywhere where a significant portion of the community is served is scored higher than if there's a minimal or little community impact. We do, though, try to look at impact from the perspective of, like, sometimes you might serve a portion. So let's use transit as an example. You only have a portion of the city that ride, but there's a wider city that benefits from the fact that transit moves people. So we do try to factor in a wider lens on that. But for the most part, the more of the community that benefits, the higher the score is.
Okay, so like that business downtown might not be able to operate if the workers from the southeast can't get there to work.
That would be like a blending of many different things.
Okay. Just something. Now, with the growth management, I guess, will the measurements take into account our slower population growth, that we don't need to move as fast as we did? I mean, we still need to move fast to catch up from where we were. But if we're looking like maybe year over year, increase in residential permits in that, will we look that we might be slower in the years to come? Like there might not be as much an increase?
I'll pass it to Kim, but I would say, like, at a high level, we do look at things like what are we expecting in terms of population growth to inform the targets that we will establish at the performance measure level.
Okay. And then also, will we continue to look at 50% noted in the city plan for development?
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to frame this. You know, we have our city plan targets and measures, and then we have council priorities, which are what they are, but we're still measuring both.
Okay, but we will take into account slower population growth when we're.
Yeah, that will just reflect on how fast that will inform pace in terms of our growth.
Oh, okay. And then with the service packages, because that scares me, that we're going to come with a lot of unfunded service packages. So when we talked about the tax tolerance last week, I asked for the 5.4%, that is just to maintain the status quo of services that we're providing now.
That is correct. That comes from the operating investment outlook, and it's maintaining what you have, not maintaining the service levels stated, but maintaining what you've been doing.
Okay, so then, will it be incumbent upon you to, if we want to maintain some of, or if some of the service packages that are being requested go to some of these priorities, will you then be looking at other areas that aren't as high a priority so that we stay at that 5.4?
Absolutely. I think what our intent is to look at the budget, assess it against your priorities, understand what fits, what doesn't fit, and come back to council with recommendations on where to move money into your priority outcome areas.
Okay, so some of the service packages that are being put forward might come as a funding source noted.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. And then on the what is it, on the red, green, yellow? So yellow to me is caution. So does that mean caution, we're gonna stop doing something, or does that mean gun it through the yellow light?
I think, so we just added the red, green, and yellow to indicate the difference to you between an indicator and a ruler. When you're seeing an indicator shift in a favorable way, you would probably see a green score. Yellow would be something like we need to monitor and pay attention to. Red is probably, hey, you might need to take an action here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of close the loop in my mind around the growth management piece, and I'm hearing that some measure related to financial analysis. Like I'm thinking, I don't know, like some version of some of the information and data that's in the IAMP would be able to sort of be pulled out for that. The only flag that I would just want to plant is just around being careful with the offsetting non-res portion, just to make sure that it's truly reflective of those costs, given the trends that we've been seeing around declining non-res, because that can sometimes obscure things a little bit. But it sounds like that's being taken into consideration. And then the other ones that I had, it's going to be just a little bit repetitive, but just wanted to make sure I voiced them as well. So the indicators that are purely perception-based right now, being able to pair those with some more quantitative, like numbers-based indicators, I think would be really valuable. I'm hearing for quality services that's going to be included, so that's great to hear. I had a similar question, I know it was already mentioned, just around climate. I think there are a number of areas and various actions where there are tie-ins, so just interested to see how that can be reflected. Agree with colleagues who have brought forward the questions and concerns around the scoring and averaging. I had the same line of questioning. And then I guess this is more of a question, but are we planning to tap into other tools that partner organizations might have? I believe Councillor Tang had mentioned the Edmonton Arts Council has tools and data that they can, like they're already actively tracking, the economic impact of our arts and culture in our community, or Explore Edmonton was also mentioned. Do we have the ability to pull some of that in if they're already doing that work?
I think for sure at the performance measure level, we absolutely would work with agencies to make sure that those things are being captured. Those things also would likely go into their agreements. Those are things that we should be considering when we're talking about municipal funding arrangements.
Great. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I wanted to just go back to trying to direct this, like maybe making it more direct. And I think about the safety in public spaces. Initially, I was thinking that ETS would be like a measurement underneath it. But if you want to think about how we need to direct funding and what we need to focus on in the next 4-year budget, what would you think about actually adding ETS in there? Because I think ETS is the safety on ETS. Like, yeah, definitely safety in public spaces, yes, but safety on ETS, I would like that to be a core priority of this council. And so I thought maybe to be in the other indicators, but maybe if we want to direct it, and it is a priority, and I'm not sure if it is a priority of this council, I think so, maybe I would like to see it there.
So I'll start and then Mr. Robar can add. So one of the reasons that we want to focus on safety incidents is when safety incidents are going up, that's a signal that we need to do something, and where those incidents happen inform the performance measure. And I think that when we do that, we will gravitate to things like transit safety, because that's where incidents are, and those are where we need to take actions to make it safe. But if we only set the measure at transit safety, we'll do that even at the cost of indicators telling us there's problems somewhere else. And so we're trying to set the indicator at the place that flashes the signal you need to do something, and the performance measure at the what and where.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the opposite thing we heard about problem properties, right? It's like we wanted to highlight where the problem properties are, and then the indicator was the number of incidents at problem properties.
And that's fair, but you as council told us to do problem properties. And so if you tell us to do ETS, you can do that. I think what we tried to do is, though, create an indicator that highlighted, hey, there's incidents. We look at where those incidents are, then we respond with measures based on that data.
Yeah, and I feel like I just want to signal to the public that ETS safety is like a huge priority on this, like is a big priority. And so I don't know how to do that yet, but like maybe this is like one of the ways to do that. Because I think that, yes, you'll see that information, but we already know that information. We don't actually need you to come back and say, ETS is going to be the #1 incidents in public spaces that we're going to see. So if we already know that without looking at the numbers, like why don't we just highlight it now? So I just will leave that with you because I think I'd like to signal to the public that like I door knocked and almost like every third door told me about, even if they didn't take the transit, that it was unsafe, which is bad for me and like anybody who's on the New Valley line that's gonna open is like, we cannot open with that perception. We need to do more proactively to make sure that day one opening is so safe that people are like, it's so safe here. And that is where that's why I need to figure out how we signal that, and happy to talk about the budget parts of that after. So I don't know how we do that. I don't know, Mr. Robar, if you have any thoughts.
So when we brought this back in February, council had said we want it to be broader. We made it broader, and now you're saying you want to make it more specific.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's a council decision. We brought back broader as per the request in February. So we're here and happy to do whatever council wishes. I believe that public safety is a priority for all of us. And it's not just public safety in transit spaces. We got issues that are happening all over the city.
Right.
We are highlighting underneath this level of where the impact is the greatest. So when we invest and we're looking at public safety items, we're looking at it in a way, and the investments are going into the places where we think we can have the greatest impact on public safety as a whole. Sometimes that'll be transit. You know, when you get through these things, and you know, you might be doing 2 years worth of work, and the focus might be on the transit side, and then the indicator is going to pop up somewhere else.
Yeah.
So this gives you that flexibility to
Okay.
bounce back and forth between it. And I thought the decision in February to go a bit broader and highlight use as performance indicators is great, because it helps us move through the system and the ecosystem in a way that we're focusing on what we need to do at the time.
I have like 5 seconds, so I would thank you, and I would also like to say for the arts culture venue utilization rate, but also and add number of venues or switch it out, because I think number of venues is key.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. I just want to circle back to the question I asked that you kind of talked about substantial completion, but we never really got an answer on the River Valley. So I want to be clear, I'm not asking for the River Valley to be a new priority, but like many of the things that we've discussed through this process, we have said we don't need to explicitly outline equity because it's embedded. We don't need to explicitly outline anti-racism or environmental because it's embedded. And so I just want to see, based on what's in front of us, you know, this is how you're going to build the budget, and this is how you are going to make recommendations on where we prioritize. And so, you know, I flagged it early on about my concern about the River Valley not being explicitly called out in some form, whether it's under measures or indicators. So I'm just trying to understand, if this is approved today with the amendments on the floor by Mayor Knack, how would the River Valley be considered in the budget building process?
I don't know how to answer this question because I'm not sure I understand what about the River Valley.
I think at this point, we've seen multiple times that the River Valley often gets deprioritized in budget conversations, whether it's acquisition of new River Valley land or, you know, how long it took to get the trail strategy funded finally, right? So I can easily see the potential for things around the River Valley to fall off the priority list when we've heard from Edmontonians that it's one of the biggest sources of pride in our city. So that's where I'm seeing this tension here with this one.
Yeah, I think, the River Valley is part of our core service function that we do every single day. It does fall into that kind of, what I would, like, when we talk about the anti-racist file, the climate file, the care and concern over the River Valley is something that is built into the processes that we have. So I mean, I'm not having it highlighted here on the priority lists or things like that, I don't think discounts the fact that we still have River Valley Trail strategies that come as our core service functions that we're working through. And I don't know if Kim wants to add anything else to that, but
Yeah, and I think it's just, I'm trying to understand, if I approve this today, if I vote yes to this and the amendments that are on the floor, I don't want to, get to the point where we're in October or November and it's like, well, the River Valley stuff didn't emerge because of what was I just feel like sometimes it's good that we're doing a step-by-step process, but then sometimes you get to a further advanced step and you're like, well, you made that decision down here that had this impact that so I'm just trying to make sure that's something that is very integral to not just citizens that I represent, but Edmontonians overall, is somehow made to factor in. I mean, you can make the argument it falls under economic development, right? Tourism, blah, 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 all of these other things. So I think the case is there for the River Valley. I just want to make sure that I understand with this waiting, with what's in front of us, that I get an understanding of today, if this is approved, what can I expect to see in considerations around the River Valley?
Councillor Rutherford, just further to what Eddie was noting, I think around quality services as the priority, there's the sub-bullet around delivering services that respond to growth and public input, captures, I think, the essence of what you're noting related to the River Valley. And then through the process that where we're waiting, the budget or the service packages will inform how things get prioritized. But it's not lost on us that the River Valley is an incredibly important asset within the city of Edmonton for many reasons.
Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Thank you.
And then TOD, where is that captured? Transit oriented development. Would that be under nodes and corridors, or is it separate?
So the city plan sort of reimagined, I guess, transit-oriented development to be focused around nodes and corridors. And so under the growth management priority, increase new residential and employment in nodes and corridors would, I feel, capture what you're highlighting in terms of transit-oriented development.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, finally, appreciate the conversation today. Just hoping to understand better, what's infrastructure density under the growth pillar?
Part of the performance indicators, we're also trying to use plain language and not city speak. So this, in definition, it's really all of the city assets. We're looking at roads, transit, and public facing facilities. So that's really how many assets the city owns. Oh, and that's per resident, so by population.
Right. So, for example, according to the 2021 census, we have, and the roads we have approximately 10.75 meters of road per person, according to in 2021. So a metric could be in the next census period, is that number going up or down? Do we have more or less meters of road per person?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're looking for kind of a measure of that number holding or reducing, or because I guess I'm interested in probably more swing sets per capita or more swimming pools per capita, but or libraries per capita. How are we going to? Is the infrastructure density an a reductive goal or an additive goal, or both?
I think you would look at that, and I'd also look maybe for Sarah if she wants to add more to this one, but really these two indicators together are telling you how much infrastructure the city owns that we have to maintain, and then the quality of those assets. So it won't tell you all of the specifics about how many parks and stuff like that, but it's overall density, how many assets we have, and then those conditions.
And some of the stuff like libraries,
Okay.
Councillor Jans, I think those are service level then conversations that ultimately drive infrastructure.
Right. Do we need to set a target here, like a performance indicator, not just a measure, but like in a directional way?
In general, indicators don't have targets. They're more for you to see which way they are going. So there's a signal. So if it's going up or down, it helps you look and answer your strategic questions. But again, I'll let Sarah give you a better answer.
Yeah, and I think this is one, it would be hard to even say today whether going up or down is better or worse, because it would depend on the type of asset. So I think this is really one for us to watch, and then through other work that we're bringing to council, really explain some of that, including our work on the capital investment plan program, which will really break down different categories and the amount of service they provide geographically in the city and things like that. So I think this is really a high level indicator that we will watch over time and really try and look at how we benchmark against other communities. But I think this is one that through other reports and other levels, there'll be more detail on what we mean by different assets.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tan, could you take the chair?
So taken.
Thank you. So it's come up a few times, and I just want to reinforce. So again, we did talk previously about some of the pieces that are embedded in the work around equity and sustainability. So just want to confirm, for example, that when we get measures for economic development, we might, for example, see measures around equity seeking businesses or equity deserving groups and business breakdown that way.
So even if I can just like respond to that one specifically, those are the types of measures that, for instance, you might see in the CPSS business plan as they do the work on sustainable procurement. Those are measures that they would be tracking to see if their work is having an impact.
And so why wouldn't we look at those at an indicator level, given that it's sort of a community, what's the word, temperature check, I guess?
Yeah, so I think I'm not sure that I'd have to think about like what would that be at an indicator level. I think what we're focused on is business growth, and then deeper into the performance measures focused on also encouraging where that business growth is appearing in terms of demographics and equity groups participating in it.
Yeah, and I think there's maybe just that tension between, so again, if that's a measure that's going to be in our procurement section, that's, a clear line of sight in terms of how our procurement processes are supporting those businesses. I think where I'm missing is, again, there's a lot of different factors. There's community level factors that play into that. And that seems to be what the indicators are, our community level temperature checks, or we don't necessarily have direct control over them as a city, but I still think by choosing what we're looking at the indicator level, we're also suggesting what we are watching for, what we care about. Right? Like I'm just struggling with that distinction between community level indicators that we have indirect control over, and then what's happening in terms of the very specific measures that we have for corporate performance.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll just chime in maybe more specifically to some of the questions you had. We have a fairly robust economic action plan dashboard that gets into greater detail on some of the things that council might be interested in, and perhaps as a takeaway, we could think about how we thread, our city plan measures and targets, council's priorities, indicators, and then the corporate business plan work. So there's quite a comprehensive list, I'll say, of different things that we're measuring at different levels. And so perhaps we just need to be able to articulate where and how we can report and show that information.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's excellent, and sort of, you know, what I'm hoping to see in the overall framework. You know, even again, the community carbon budget, I think that is still relevant in terms of growth management, fiscally responsible, and you know, if there's a mapping out. Again, my understanding is sort of below the indicator level, we're getting into corporate measures, and we don't always have the ability to directly influence those things. But appreciate that there can be further conversation on that. Maybe there's, I think just echoing some of the comments. So again, going back to growth management, I'm just unclear why we wouldn't track something like mode shift or, you know, mode split, sorry, at the community level. Because again, that seems like a really important indicator for our goals.
That was part of the discussion on February 20th, and in that discussion, we heard that it was more about the complete mobility network. So just like we were saying before around the performance measures, we do track mode shift. We do have goals for mode shift, and we have different measures on those that will still exist.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll just add again, the city plan has measures and targets, one of them being 50% of trips are made by transit and active transportation. So that might be another piece of just connecting our city plan measures with council priority measures. So you can still have line of sight on that mode shift.
Perfect. Okay, well, I'm at time and we're also at time. So we'll recess here. I would encourage colleagues, when we come back, it looks like there's a few more questions. I think if folks have
Point of order.
a final round of feedback and input, it's useful to take the time to do that. And then we can move on to speaking to the motion. Sir, was there something I missed? Okay, great. Then we're on recess until 1:30.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson. Originally, there hadn't been anyone else on the list, and so we thought we could vote on it before the break. But I see Councillor Paquette on the board now, so that wouldn't allow us to do this before the break. So that's okay. We were just thinking we might be able to save time from coming back. So
didn't mean to spoil it, but everyone had a lot to say.
Exactly. It's all good. So thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, great. We'll come back at 1:30. Thank you. We're on recess.
school. So I'm going to start us off here. And I'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Morgan. Here. Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang. I think will be joining us in a little bit. Councillor Parmar. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Hello.
Hello. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, just before I turn the chair back over to Councillor Stevenson, we have from Constable Daniel Woodall's school, the grade 6 class right here, sitting up in the chambers. Mrs. Wagner? Wagner, there it is. Sorry, the A, it looked like I couldn't tell for sure. Anyway, I'm excited to have you here, and your class, your school is located in Ward Pahesawin, which is represented by the one and only Councillor Mike Elliott, who's right there waving at you. Very excited to see you, as we all are. So you are on a tour. Is this just an afternoon tour? After the tour? Perfect. So where's the mayor from the mock council? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us what you're going to be discussing today? We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, come up. Yeah, come on down. Mayor, are you rocking a scarf right now? Look at this. This is great. Well done. No, he's got, that's, Mayor, tell us your first name.
Timothy.
Mayor Timothy. Do you normally rock the scarf look? I really like it. It's just I can't pull it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is your thing?
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good thing to have, right? My thing is the blue glasses. If folks have, yeah, that's what I got to do. So Mayor Timothy, what are you going to be discussing today in your mock council meeting?
Should Edmonton provide free transit for kids and teens?
Oh, should Edmonton provide free transit for kids and teens? I have an answer to that question. We'll see. Oh, somebody's already like, you can't make up your mind yet. You got to go through the debates and hear each other out. And then once you've heard all of that's what your job is, Mayor. Mayor, you have to make sure everyone that's about to vote, don't let them make up their mind before they've even started hearing different perspectives, because then it's not even worth having a debate. But no, that's the whole point. So we're excited. Thank you very much. Let us know what you decide. You're welcome to grab your seat back, but thank you so much for being here. And to the entire class, welcome. Thank you. Welcome to City Hall. And you're welcome to grab your seat if you like that. Thank you so much, Mayor Timothy. That is great. Wonderful. So just so you know, we are in the middle of a discussion about some council priorities and outcomes, and normally when we're in a council meeting, I'm the one that chairs the meeting, but because right now there's a motion that council is debating, and I've actually made that motion, so what that means is if I've made a motion, I actually can't chair the meeting, so I will be turning over the chairing of this meeting to Councillor Ann Stevenson, who is our Deputy Mayor, and she's virtually right now, and she'll be running the meeting until we finish this item, and at which point I get to take back over. So thanks for coming. Look forward to hearing what you decide at your mock council. Councillor Stevenson, you want to take the chair?
Thank you very much. I have the chair, and we'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, to administration, first of all, thank you for the presentation, for the conversation this morning. In reflection on that, I just want to ask, so this is council direction. And what I've heard is council kind of seeking the comfort council needs to stay out of the operational weeds. And so the question is, how exactly will you be demonstrating the line of sight to council when you return? I think it's in June. How will we visually or procedurally see that the strategic indicators that council's sort of prioritize and mention are directly driving your operational measures?
Yeah, I think we can show that in multiple ways. I think this process, and journey that we're on right now is about building out the budget. And I think that at each level that gets more clear as we get more direction from council. So if we look at this, the strategic outcome level and the indicators help us then refine what those performance measures and metrics are going to look like as we start to evaluate the program moving into the budget. So I think each level of this piece of work, whether it's May 19th when we come back in June, then obviously we're back in August, and then obviously the budget in November. So the refinement of this is going to happen through all the stages, and I think council will get that clarity as we go along. I mean, this is something we're doing a bit differently in terms of like walking that journey of that progression, and there's some unknowns as we walk through that, but as we start to get more clarity from council, it allows us to provide more clarity to council on all those performance metrics. Like I said, you'll see the annual service plans and the business plans. Those will further refine that kind of granularity that I think council is seeking.
Yeah, and that's sort of the double-edged sword, the clarity part, because on one hand, clarity can mean here are the high-level directions, come back with what you determine will get us there. Clarity can also mean here are the high-level directions, and here's all the things that we're concerned about that may or may not happen, and then that can also start to add layers of complexity that can start to muddy the waters. So which clarity do you want?
I would like the unmuddied version.
Okay.
I think you know, obviously the clean and clear is the best for everyone. I think that if we think this isn't a complex process, we're kidding ourselves. I mean, this is super complex. It is, when we look at the budget and where we spend our money and driving into priorities, there's going to be decisions that have to get made in order to fund those priorities that are great things that we're doing on other ends of the spectrum. And I think that will always muddy the waters in the conversation, and the resilience of getting through that and focusing on the priorities is going to be the challenge in all of these things.
Yeah, and so I think, I guess what we're looking at is it's the tension between direction and guidance and trust. And those things all have to be in balance, obviously. So for you, what is the optimum balance there?
I mean, obviously, trust is important to us, and what we're trying to do through this process is build that trust through the process itself. So as we start to build out the outcomes, the measures, and that starts to evolve, I think that helps build the trust into the budget, the evaluation framework, how we deal with the evaluation work itself. When we come back to council, showing how we prioritize the work, I think that helps us build that trust and confidence as we go along into what is eventually the budget in December.
Yeah. Okay. And just in advance, like these are the council priorities, but obviously each councillor may look at the intended outcome just a little bit different, or the path a little bit different. So there's going to be some tension there. And I think it's safe to say, but I'll let you put in your own words, like it's pretty much guaranteed not to be able to please everyone fully, whatever comes back.
Yeah, I maybe I liken it usually to contract negotiations. You don't always get what you want, but you know you can get it with something you can live with, and I think that's the intent here. Is, you know, as we start walking through, are you going to be able to have 13 people on the same page with every single aspect of the budget? No, but can you live with where you're at? I think is the litmus for the work. Are we meeting the objectives that you're looking for? Is there any showstoppers in there? But I think that's the importance of this is perfect. I don't think I've ever seen a perfect budget in 25 years. So.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions on the board. Wondering if anybody would like to sign up to speak to this motion.
Well, I was actually wondering if it would be okay. I think everyone had a second, or a lot of people had a second round. I was just on my first round.
Sure. Would you like to move an additional round?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on an additional round.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Rutherford, have you joined the meeting yet? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councilor Paquette, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so just a little bit more. So I'm just wondering, so I am hoping that we stick to these priorities. I think we will. And that the budget reflects that. But I guess the question is, how do you interpret, I'm wondering, because what I'm hearing is from council, a concern about how those priorities end up being interpreted in a final proposed budget. And I don't know if you've heard this today, Eddie, but just sort of this like desire to ensure that we're sort of on the same page about what that looks like, so that when the budget comes back, no one's sort of shell-shocked or like, wait a minute, how did that fit into any of these categories? Or why is the budget not matching the need? Or why is the budget way out of proportion to the need? How are you going to find that balance?
I think that's the staged approach. I mean, that's the reason why we're coming back so frequently with different processes in the budget itself. So we're litmus testing that approach against council at each iteration that we're going through, and we're further refining the work. So every time we come back to you, you'll see a further refinement of the work that allows the build out to happen, build that trust and confidence that we're moving in the right direction, but also get the feedback that we're going in the right direction. I think that's important as we start to look towards what a 4-year budget looks like.
Okay, because in the past, we've seen a admin proposed budget, for example, that was way below what council felt different scenarios should be funded. And then we saw a budget that was way above what council thought should be funded. And in both those cases, it was kind of a difficult conversation come budget time as to either what was going to be funded or what was going to be cut, which is not unusual for every budget. But when the expectations versus proposal are wildly misaligned, that causes some issues. So is that sort of what you're doing with these check-ins, is you're trying to just narrow that gap?
Yeah, I think I've said it many times before. I mean, the art of the navigation here is to balance expectations, and I think that showing up with an expected budget is something that we're intending to do here, like no surprises on the way through. So, but does that mean that we won't have to make hard decisions as we walk through the budget? I think that would be, I'd be remiss to think that that's the case. I think there's going to be some hard conversations on leaning into priorities and funding those in a way that that moves the organizational cash around a little bit and understanding what's important to council. So. Yeah, I think the intent here is to have no surprises on what we land with in budget.
Okay, and so the crux of it then, my concern is that we get a budget that is trying to please every category at once, and as a result doesn't please anyone, which is fine, but then the allocation of budget to the priorities that the council has put forward doesn't actually advance those priorities. It may have a holding pattern priorities, or because of various different pressures and concerns, things that probably should be well-funded won't be. And then the priority exercise was just sort of like, hey, wouldn't that be nice, instead of let's get this work done. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's obviously a tax tolerance conversation that plays a role in that. You know, we will always bring back the best professional advice that we have on budget aligned with your council priorities, and our goal is to do that. So, you know, as we present the outcomes of the work, I mean, that is the budget at the end of the day, and we will try and do that to our best of our ability, and council will have to, like, again, I'll say it again, you know, those tough decisions are going to be a part of that conversation. So in order to kind of feed those priorities in a way that makes sense, looking at the whole organization and really delivering on a budget that council can stand behind and be proud of, I think is the intent here.
So essentially, though, by that tax tolerance, you're talking about what's council's tax tolerance versus what did council say are priorities, and how do you match those up? And I'm a little bit concerned that maybe there won't be a match.
Well, I think I'd leave that to council.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Okay. Do a last call for questions, and then anyone wishing to speak to the motion is welcome to sign up. Okay, well, go ahead, Councilor Parmar.
Yeah, thanks so much. You know, at first I wanted to make it larger, and I was thinking about contemplating an amendment, but I am comfortable with where this is landing. I think in general, the body of work is incredible. I am excited to see it. Even though it is prioritized, there's still a lot of work to do in every single one of those buckets. But that's why we have such great people at the City of Edmonton working through these things and making sure that we get to those end results. I think it's also great to see this because this also feeds into the city manager performance as well, and to understand that we are making sure that we are moving these priorities forward. To move a city forward from a governance and a strategy perspective doesn't happen overnight and takes a long time. So we feel like we're setting ourselves up for success with those short, medium, and long-term measures. I want to thank the mover for bringing it forward, just to also capture the economic development, not only for the visitors that are coming to our beautiful city, but the people that live in our beautiful city. And I really appreciate the word changes there. So with that, I am happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Katz.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your indulgence. So obviously supportive of this motion and the mayor's alterations. So in our roles, there's this constant magnetic pull toward the immediate, and that's entirely natural. We want to focus on how to fix things quick, highly visible local projects, deal with immediate constituent complaints, which are all things we should do. Those things are our job. They're also politically safe. They look good on a campaign flyer or on a newsletter. But my caution is that we do not allow those short-term operational outputs to dictate our overall strategy, which is a real danger as time goes on and pressures mount and we're dealing with hundreds of different things. We can fail to remember the long-term reason we're doing things. And what I mean by that is looking past a 4-year election cycle. High-level indicators that we're discussing today, whether it's true fiscal resilience, system safety, public spaces, creating an environment where businesses organically thrive, these are generational challenges. And they were caused by generational decisions, of short-term decisions. So they're not solved by quick, politically convenient spending. They're solved by steady, disciplined outcomes and outcome-focused investment. So if we constantly try to drag administration's operational rulers up into our strategic signals, we aren't really being strategic. We're just micromanaging to protect our own political comfort zones. And by doing that, we risk prioritizing things that make us look busy or effective over things that actually make Edmonton better in the long term. There is a balance. We can do both, but we have to remember that we're doing both, not just one, and not prioritizing the short terms. And I'm not saying that anyone is going to do that. This is just my caution, because I think we've all seen it in governments around the world all our lives. So I think that by adopting these strategic outcomes today, we're drawing a line in the sand. We're agreeing to measure Edmonton's success, not by how many dollars we throw at immediate symptoms, although there are symptoms that we probably should do that with, but by whether we, I guess, have the courage to find the cure. It's very easy to cut dollars. It's very easy to reduce scope and then point to the budget and saving people $5 on their tax bill as the justification. It's much, much harder. It takes far more political courage to fund the foundation of a house rather than just painting the front door. I believe this motion sets the foundation. And so I urge my colleagues to support this, and I know you will, but not the motion, but support the entire effort through this entire term. Hold fast to this long-term perspective when the inevitable pressures of budget trade-offs hits us in November. Four-year budgets are always fun, and this one is going to be no different. So again, just want to thank administration for all the hard work and thank council for setting these priorities. The work that council did on this is not really, in my opinion, celebrated enough. This is really, really strong. And I understand the public may be skeptical, partners may be skeptical, saying, yeah, it sounds good, but are actually going to follow through? And so that's the tension that I think that we're going to have to navigate, and I think we can. And hopefully all of my concerns are unnecessary. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang, are you able to take the chair?
I think she's not here at the moment.
I can.
I am, but it's better to give it to somebody else.
Yeah, sounds great. Councillor Elliott, are you available to take the chair?
I can take the chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, wanted to take a moment to commend administration for this work. It's really exciting to see this start to build out, and I really appreciate the step-by-step process that we're taking. And I think that each step provides us a chance to sort of calibrate and refine and then build in the next section. So thank you very much for that. I've been reflecting on maybe like a bit of a tension I hear in the conversation today, and I think it's a healthy tension. But we've stated our 4 priorities, but there are all these other considerations that are sort of out there, and I think the 2 that stand out most to me are equity and sustainability. We decided to not name those as priorities, recognizing that they are embedded in the work that we do as a city, but to make me realize that maybe a gap that we have right now, or why it maybe seems like we can't focus, is that we haven't narrowed in on our why statement. I think our priorities are again really excellent. They set up sort of the how and the what we want to be doing, but I don't know that we've answered really clearly about the why. And so for me, those 4 priorities are really about building an Edmonton where everyone can thrive now and in the future. And I think when we take that why, when we think about what it is we're trying to achieve by focusing on those priorities, I think that helps inform the types of things that we measure. So I look forward to the next phase as we dig further into the measures, that we continue to see those things that are important to us be measured and be accounted for. So very much looking forward to that next phase. I think again, measures is also what informs the decisions we make around this table most directly. And how our work is most visibly felt by Edmontonians. So I think that's a real area of interest for me. Really look forward to digging into that more in the coming meetings. Thank you. I will take back the chair.
You have the chair.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else. I will go to Mayor Knack to close.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Again, I'll just start by offering my thanks to administration for all the work that you've been doing on this. I know this is a new process for all of us, this sort of iterative process. The priorities is a brand new process that we've never done. And so we've got an iterative budget process that we haven't done before, a priorities process that we've never done before. And what I'm loving is every step of the way I feel we're getting better and better and more refined. And it will be still imperfect. Nothing will be perfect. The budget, it's not like this will somehow make our budget our budget meeting, 30 minutes. But, hey, we can shoot for that. But I would say each step, this has been really valuable for me. And I think it's valuable as a council that we're setting greater clarity for our administration so that they have greater clarity for the work they're doing. And I would say, I think we're starting to hear it, at least as having attended a lot of these budget public engagement sessions, starting to hear that from Edmontonians as well, who are seeing this work, seeing what we're focusing on, knowing that there's so many important things that need to be done, there's also, I think, an understanding now that we have to narrow down a bit more. And so each step in this process, we're getting there better and better. I think these outcomes, as shown by the motion with some what I think I would consider very small tweaks, are a great example of administration nailing this work, seeing exactly that they've taken our priorities and are able to then bring it into the next stage. Very excited to see after this the main conversation and how we have what will be probably one of the hardest conversations I think this council will have, is the trade-off conversation combined with the next phase of this work as the indicators. So just all around, very excited about the quality of work that's been happening from the group around this table, from the group on that side of the table, and with the feedback we're hearing from Edmontonians. I think, again, we'll keep refining the next stages of this. We can talk about the importance of, even the evaluation criteria, which we've already touched on. But at the end of the day, I think we are moving solidly in the right direction to firmly align with our priorities of economic development, growth management, quality services, and safety. That's what we need to prioritize. This work further shows that we are serious about this work, and that this is really how we're going to be leading over the remaining 3.5 years or so that we have left at this table. So I encourage everyone to support it. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
That was not me.
That was me.
Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Tang's a yes too.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Tang. And we have Councillor Wrights. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
I'm not sure it's going to show, but it did pass 13-0.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes item 7.1. So I will turn the chair back to our mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, for chairing that part of the meeting. And before we continue, we are excited to have some more guests with us today here. We have another part of a grade 6 class from Constable Daniel Woodall's school, and their teacher, Kay Skinner. Hello, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. So your school is located in Ward Pehesawin, and your counselor is Counselor Mike Elliott, who's right there waving at you. Very excited to see you, as we all are. It appears only the schools from Ward Pehesawin are coming to City Hall right now, because that's the only, I don't know, we had one from CP Winniwalk, the grade 3 City Hall school, but lots of touring today from your school. So you are in the middle, you've done a bit of a tour. Have you done the mock council yet? Oh, excellent. Where's our mayor? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us a little bit about what you discussed today? We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, come on down. Just bring that microphone down a little bit. And then what's your first name, Mayor?
Janvi.
Jandy?
Janvi.
Gen V.
Yeah.
Mayor Gen V, it is a pleasure to have you here. What did your class discuss today?
We talked about if we should reduce the use of pesticides for mosquito control and use more biological control.
Oh, a Michael Jan special, as we call it here at City Hall. What did your class decide?
Well, most of them were for using more biological control.
Oh, okay, so majority passed that, but there were, so what was one reason the majority decided to approve that?
Well, a lot of people said that it was pesticides are more harmful for the environment.
That's good. That's a very good reason to make that decision. Well, Mayor Janvi, it is a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, and thanks to the entire class for being here. Welcome to City Hall. I have to get better at like the toque wearing and the beanie. Like everyone's got, they got so many of them. We got this one here with a Kirby toque, I think it looks like, in the pink. We got there. Like, can I pull that look off at council chambers here? Could I do that? Yeah? Okay, maybe I should do that at a future council chamber. I got to get a Kirby one like that next time. So, excellent. Thanks for being here, everyone. Really appreciate it. And we're going to continue on with our business today. Our next item of business is item 8.5, which was the authorization dealing with the local improvements in the La Pearl neighborhood. Do we have our folks from administration? You're just going to hang out over there? Does anyone want, I mean, y'all scared to come down? Did we? You're welcome. I mean, you can hang out there if you want. I don't know. I thought, might as well.
So if you're on 8.5, I think we have our folks online.
Oh, everyone's online. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Sorry. I'll just like nobody's sitting here, and that felt weird to me. Okay. 8.5. So I'm guessing there's no presentation. This is likely just a questions. Yeah, there's no presentation on it. So Councillor Clark, you selected it. Do you want to take the lead and start asking some questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Knack. This will be, I think, pretty straightforward and quick. I just have a couple questions. And kind of reason I selected this is just because I knew there was a speaker who did request to speak, and not that I've been able to get a hold of them, but I think I can kind of ask them the questions that I'm going to assume that they had. And they might be a little bit more of clarification, but I understand, I mean, this bylaw is just about to approve the borrowing, which I understand and makes sense. But I guess want to get a little bit of clarity. So, and just I'll ask this and let me know if this is right or not. Because this was only, I think we only got about 10% of what we need from a community to actually pause or stop this project instead of the 2/3. And just want to make sure that that's clear. So that's why it's still moving forward. Correct?
Hi, Councillor Clark. It's Nicole Wolf, Building Great Neighborhoods. That is correct. The MGA requires 2/3 of petitions to come in. We break our neighborhoods up into construction areas for our petitions, and the La Pearl neighborhood had 3 areas with a 3% petition against, 4% petition against, and 10% petition against. So they were not above the required threshold.
Great. Thank you for that clarity. And then this is only applicable to sidewalk construction and then the area outlined in the report, just that kind of first phase. Is that correct?
So this is for the full neighborhood for sidewalk reconstruction. So it is specific to reconstructing existing infrastructure that already is there.
Okay, for the whole neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then just one point of clarity, my final one here, because this neighborhood renewal project for La Pearl, it kind of crosses into 2 different budget cycles. We're just talking about the budget cycle right now. We still have to approve the 25 to 30 budget for the continuation of this project. Is that correct?
The standalone for La Pearl included pre-commitments into the next budget cycle. So the project as a whole has been pre-committed and approved to move forward.
Okay. That's good clarity. All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. There's no one else on the board, so did you want to move first reading of that bylaw?
Yeah, I'll move first reading of, I'll even say the bylaw, 21411.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not see. Actually, you know what? Actually, oddly, I do want to say one quick thing. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, just it gives me a chance to lump this and the Glenwood piece. I know Councillor Clark has done some incredible work in the area, working with community and navigating those conversations. I just wanted to flag. It was interesting. Something I thought I would say out loud on this is, I remember the Glenwood one passed without any discussion, by the way, but I sort of comment on both because I remember when they were talked about, community very excited about renewal, very excited about the overall piece. There were certainly some people who were, questioning whether they needed to invest in those sidewalks, and we've seen this. I know we had one recently in Councillor Paquette's ward. I think that might have been last term even now. where it was like they got to like 49 or 50% of that. But generally speaking, what I've found in these is that, there's always going to be some who are like really like not too keen on it, but when it actually comes to like putting it down and like, do you want to have a new sidewalk or do you not want to have that repair? Like overwhelmingly, it's almost always like this. And so I just want to thank city administration, because I know this is the main reason I want to select it. Having sat through some of the meetings on that, as I'm sure Councillor Clark had to at the communities there, city staff put up with a lot in those meetings. Lots of folks getting a lot of, passionate folks who wanted to talk about why we have to do X or Y, or why they'd want to repair a sidewalk when my sidewalk is perfectly fine. And those folks can often dominate the public engagement. And it might sometimes feel like that's reflective of the majority. And that yet, when the time comes to actually put your name down to say, do you want this or not, people overwhelmingly say they want it. But those voices aren't often the ones speaking to the city staff in those meetings, who aren't maybe, even if they do, it's pretty light. It might be a pretty simple conversation. And so city staff have to put up with a lot of time and effort. And it's great to hear from those folks that are passionate, but I also just know, having sat through, I'm not going to pick on one of the two, but one of those two in particular, city staff dealt with a lot. And just wanted to say thanks to the city staff who dealt with a lot. And I think the petition result shows that work to answer questions, to provide some assurance, provided a lot of comfort to residents. So just to all the teams who are involved in that neighborhood renewal, and this applies not just to these two, but all of the neighborhood renewal that we do across the city, thank you, because I know I had never, the reason I would bring it up, I'd actually never gone through neighborhood renewal in my first 2 terms, so it was only in my 3rd term where I finally had the experience of it, and just to witness it was a pretty astounding thing. So thanks for all the great work to the folks from our city staff. Thanks. I'll take the chair back. I assume I've got it now. Councillor Paquette.
Got the chair.
Yeah, super quick. Thank you. I just want to add my words in support of what the mayor just talked about, and that is that I have some more renewal coming up on the north side of Hermitage Road. Last time it was the south side where we had the issues that the Mayor Knack referenced. And I can tell you with certainty that administration absolutely does take feedback from the public and also from council, and the renewal that's going to go into my ward has exceptional communication plans in place. It's going to be a much smoother rollout, much more informed population. We'll still probably have some folks who are not 100% happy, but I just want to commend administration for that. And I think that Councillor Reid and his ward are in good hands on that front. And so thanks again to administration. I think that the evolution of what is happening is really, really excellent to see. And I just wanted to make sure I gave those kudos publicly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, any closing comments?
The only thing I'm going to say is these sidewalks might be the oldest in the city. If I'm looking at them, I thought some 60s, 70s. I don't know. Don't hold me to that, but they're old and they need to be renewed. So please support.
They might be the oldest ones that haven't been repaired yet. Anyways, please vote.
Councillor Tang?
I think Councillor Tang mentioned they might have to drop off for a little bit.
She's back.
Oh.
Is she voting?
Oh, Councillor Tang made it back. Can you vote? You voting on this first reading?
Oh, I am here.
Perfect. Are you in
Yes.
favor of? Yes. Thank you.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote on that first reading. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Clark.
Move for a second reading.
Second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on second reading.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Clark.
Consideration of third reading.
Second. Yeah, there's no thirding in council. Thank you, though, Councillor Elliott, for your second. I appreciate that. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Clark.
Third and final reading of bylaw 21411 to authorize City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and access sidewalk reconstruction local improvements in La Pearl neighborhood.
Councillor Elliott, you still want a second or third or fourth that? Second. Absolutely. Thank you. Please vote on the third and final reading.
Yes. Yes for me.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Tang, you'd like us to postpone 8.7 for a bit, right?
Actually, I am here, so I'm happy to just go through my questions now.
Let's do it. Let's jump right in. You've got the floor. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I had some similar questions regarding local improvement as a previous item. I recognize that some residents did register to speak and has been in communication extensively with administration around some of this, but I thought for good measure, it will be good if we can get some of these answers on record. And so in Hillview, I believe this was broken up into two sections, correct? With 14% and 3% signed for the petition?
Correct.
And can you just, so just even with neighborhood renewal, since its inception, it has always been cost shared for local improvement. Is that correct?
Local improvement predates the neighborhood renewal program, correct?
Predates. Oh yes, that's right. Through the policy, I think this was back in 2009. Is that right?
I don't know the date off my head, but it's been around a very long time.
And it's always been this structure and process as per MGA.
Correct.
Yeah. So in one neighborhood undergoing renewal, we might see both a low connectivity sidewalk in, say, a quieter residential street, and sometimes a higher use corridor along a collector road or main road. Is there a reason why the sidewalk cost sharing is treated the same, even when one might be more used publicly?
So I'll start and maybe I'll turn it over to law, but it is based upon the MGA that the benefit to the local homeowner is greater than to the whole. It's been precedents that we've treated them the same holistically because it is the sidewalk in front of people's homes versus, let's say, a shared use path or something that now provides a transportation connection throughout and outside of those neighborhoods.
And I imagine this question has come up before, and the administration has done pretty thorough analysis around the rationale for it, correct?
Correct.
And then since the neighborhood renewal policy came in, do we ever consider certain sidewalks as a general municipal benefit versus a local improvement in a neighborhood when going through renewal? What's the rationale or requirement for this?
So typically, as per the policy, the exemption for that is when we're doing significant streetscaping. So it's typically more on those collector or commercial nodes within neighborhoods where that can be exempted from the LI 50/50 sidewalk policy from that. So we've done it in areas in and around, and I'm going to have to remember, just off of White and things like that in some of those commercial fronted neighborhoods because it is more of a destination than it is a local use.
Okay, or I guess in sometimes in residential areas, so for example, in a cul-de-sac where there has never been a sidewalk, that might be, covered entirely through the general budget rather than cost shared.
Yeah, so the local improvement policy is about renewal of sidewalks, not new sidewalks. The new sidewalks are covered by the neighborhood renewal policy and the growth aspect aligned with providing complete streets as what we do when we go in there. And the local improvement is meant for renewal of sidewalks and funding for that.
And then sometimes if the stretch becomes, say, shared use path, that might have broader municipal or public benefit than the typical sidewalk, such that it will also be funded through the general budget, correct?
Correct. We do not assess local improvement on shared use paths or bike lanes.
Okay. Okay. So I think, certainly I actually don't know what my time is. But I appreciate those answers. I appreciate those answers being on record, and I know that we will continue to get some questions like this, and appreciate the work and the analysis to get back to the residents. So with that, Mr. Mayor, happy to close, or I guess we're not closing. I guess I'll move the first reading.
Yep. Move first reading. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright, I think. Please vote on first reading.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Tang?
Second reading, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading. Sorry, I actually realized I rudely didn't ask if anyone wanted to speak. Councillor Tang, did you want to speak? You technically can speak at second reading too.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote on second reading.
Yes, for me.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang?
A consideration for third reading.
Second.
Consideration moved and seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang?
And I'll do the final reading for bylaw 21413.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for third and final reading of that bylaw.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. Next on the agenda, the final report left is for item 9.13, which is a project update. And just before I take that motion to go into private, just so everyone knows, we'll go into private, finish that item, we'll come out, and then we still have the motions pending that are here on the list, but I won't make a comment on time. We won't even say anything. So let's take a motion to go into private subject to sections 19, 29, 30, and 32. Councillor Wright?
So moved. Second.
And seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote to go into private subject to those sections of the Access to Information Act.
I didn't. It's right on the board.
Councillor Parmar seconded it, moved by Councillor Wright.
Feels like Friday.
It's a Friday for me, my brain.
MJ will be creative.
MJ knows everything.
It's game day.
Councillor Tang, sorry I missed your vote.
Yes.
Thanks so much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. We'll take a moment to clear the room. All
We're
right,
good to go.
we're back. Councillor Wright?
Whoops, thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to move that the actions outlined in Attachment 1 of the April 28, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03450, be approved, and that the April 28, 2026 aforementioned report remain private pursuant to Section 19, 29, 30, and 32 of the Access to Information Act. Whoa, that's got good
Thank you.
cover.
Do I have a seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. We're going to maximize our time. Councillor Stevenson, do you want to you've got your motion ready?
Yes.
Perfect. Is it the same as worded in the report?
Yes.
Perfect. Do I have a seconder for the second? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Stevenson, do you want to take 2 minutes to introduce?
Thank you very much. I wanted to bring this forward as an opportunity for us to strengthen safety and well-being in our community. City of Calgary introduced a community core program, and it provides an opportunity for folks who've received a city bylaw ticket to have alternative ways to respond to that sanction. Provides opportunities for folks, if they're not able to make the monetary payment, to be connected to services and make commitments to enhance both their own well-being and more broadly in the community. So I think it's a really great opportunity that I'm keen to explore to understand how such a program could work in Edmonton to support safety of all Edmontonians. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mover, you're requesting a report as opposed to a memo. And can you tell me why you prefer it to be in a report?
Yeah, I think that it gives us an opportunity to speak about it in public, to hear from interested parties in the community who may want to weigh in on it. And then it provides us an opportunity to take any subsequent action if it is an initiative that we want to pursue.
Okay. To administration, how long would it take to do a memo on this if it were to be in a memo form?
I can take this question. I'll say a lot of the work behind the scenes in terms of looking into the feasibility of this has been done, but is being done so long as we've been working on the public spaces bylaw project, which is has come to fruition. I don't know that we'd be able to provide a fulsome memo on any quicker turnaround than the timeline that's being proposed with this motion, just because we are trying to proactively have some conversations with potential community partners, and we'll just need a little bit of time to understand where they might stand on being involved in this work.
Okay, so whether a report or a memo doesn't really matter. It would probably be around this timeline.
I would expect so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Stevenson, to any closing comments?
Just again, to great point by Mr. Gunther, just that this is an opportunity for us to build on our public spaces bylaw and follow up on some of the work we've discussed there in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thanks, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Jans, is your motion the same as worded in the report?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. You have 2 minutes to introduce, Councillor
Sorry,
Jans.
can he just say it?
That administration provide an unfunded service package to establish zoning for the 1.25 million priority growth areas that is consistent with the development concept intended in the district plans to be considered as part of the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations. That was moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Salvador. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Jans, to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very simply, this is bringing forward an unfunded service package for work to be done on the next phase of the priority growth areas. Council will recall that administration identified 19 priority growth areas, many of which are near the LRT stations, the West LRT, the building on these areas where these are going to be our best bets beyond nodes and corridors to see more transit-oriented development, more housing, and a push towards the next stage of growth for our city. I think it's important that we expedite this work now, that we get the funding secured so that we can get the planning underway, so we can get the zoning done, so we can help guide development. I've heard loud and clear from many public hearings just through yesterday at the discussions around the zoning bylaw. Many of us are talking about nodes, corridors, TOD, and this is the best bet to be able to get that moving. Already, we're seeing signs of opportunity here, and I think the only way this moves is with a push from council. So that's what this is.
Thank you very much. We're going to take our recess to 3:45 as I see folks on the board for questions. So we're on recess till 3:45.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Clark will be back in just a moment. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Parmar will be back in just a moment as well. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador is here. Councillor Stevenson is here.
Hello.
Hello. And Councillor Elliott and Councillor Wright are in the house here. So, in the house. That's
really
right.
Friday.
Yeah, that's right. Councillor Tang, you have questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to administration. The last time we upzoned a number of priority growth area, how many was it?
There was 5. And
There
the
was
5
5.
areas were identified based on some market studies.
Right. And so after that, were you planning on continuing on with the rest of the 14?
Well, I would say right now we're working through the development of our work plan for given council's priorities are set. Certainly, we are keen to focus on implementation and activation of the priority growth areas, given the success of the Infill Infrastructure Fund, which is sort of unlocked development potential. I would say the remaining geographies are much larger. So there would be 17, I believe, remaining areas. So the scope and scale would be larger in terms of engagement and the technical studies that we did to complete the rezoning.
And for the last time with the 5, where did the budget for that come from? Was that a sort of a standalone service package we approved in the 2022, 2026 4-year budget cycle, or was it part of a broader package with, say, the city plan?
I know Kent's on the line and maybe he can help me. I believe the budget was 1.2 million and it was part of a broader city plan implementation service package. Do I have that
That's
right?
correct. Yep, that's correct.
And so for this upcoming budget, what is the plan for the broader city plan budget to continue the implementation? Is there any?
So, Kent, I'll pass to you, but certainly we're working through the policy work as it relates to the growth planning work that we're doing, as well as some of the planning work related to the non-residential area planning. Kent, I'll pass to you because I know a lot of that work falls within your team.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work that we're scoping out for the next budget cycle that will be partially dependent on where council takes the next budget. But it is moving forward with all aspects of implementation in terms of infrastructure support for development, looking at streamlining regulations and policies to support infill development, as well as how can we create the financial systems in place to support the redevelopment that we want to see in city plan. And there's a report coming in early July of this year for council that will describe in a little bit more detail how we plan to support the activation of nodes and corridors. One option is advancing upzoning proactively, but by no means is that the only tool that we have available.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm just wondering if this motion is premature in light of a lot of the work that still is needed to assess what else, so that similar to previous, that it could be a more holistic package. And, I will be interested to know what other tools there is before contemplating this one. Okay, so if upzoning 5 PGAs is part of a broader city plan implementation budget item and cost around 1.2, I'm assuming with the scale and the work you're talking about here is significantly more, but it could also include some of the other work, right? Is that sort of like accurate train of thought to administration?
Well, Councillor Tang, I think from what we've learned from the last time we did the PGA rezoning, you know, there's a technical study that's associated with the work, so it's servicing, looking at our servicing and technical requirements, and then the community engagement. So whether or not that aligns with other work that we're doing, we have to scope out our work plan.
Right, so we're, I mean, so we're requesting a dedicated budget without the work plan to describe what that budget will fund. Is kind of what this motion is. Would you say?
Well, I think the motion is clear on the intention in terms of rezoning or upzoning the remaining priority growth areas.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So 5 out of 22 priority growth areas were advanced?
19, Councillor Wright.
5 out of 19? Okay, sorry. And then I guess how were those decided the priority for those 5? Like, did we prioritize all of them and now know what sort of the next ones are to come along?
Ken, do you have any background on that? Go ahead.
Sorry, wrong button. Yes, I can give a little bit. So those first 5, there was a combination of infrastructure capacity, so working with our partners at EPCOR to fully understand that if we did some upzoning, there was the infrastructure to accommodate it readily. As well, there was a market study to ensure that where we applied those zoning changes, the market was receptive to that. So we wanted to make sure the infrastructure and the market was in place before we took the steps of recommending the zoning package. So that work, though, is several years older now, and to really prioritize and have confidence that we are rezoning the appropriate areas where the market and infrastructure is in place, there would be a small body of work to determine that, to make sure we've got the right priorities again.
So just sort of a refresh of that work. What does that take as far as funds and work plan?
So we haven't scoped that out, Councillor. That would be something we would do in between budget here and bring that back with the full scope. But it would be proportional likely to what we saw with the previous project. It's not just a high-level assessment. It is, once we know where we would think it's appropriate to do the rezoning, it's doing the deep dive in infrastructure confirmation and market confirmation that those areas are truly the best places.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. This isn't committing us to anything funding wise. I'll wait to receive the information in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just a bit of a broader process question. When we're making motions around unfunded service packages, will they go through the priority ranking exercise that we discussed in item 7.1 today?
Yes. So we would evaluate the service packages to ensure alignment with the priorities, and then making recommendations through the budget process on what's funded or what's in an unfunded service package in the budget.
Okay, perfect. And so yeah, just to clarify, if it does rank high, then it may come forward as funded.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my only clarification.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Not seeing any. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Prince Bays, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Next item is Councillor Rutherford. Please go ahead and read in the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Knack. I have slightly amended it and put that in so that administration provide a memo outlining mass transit options for Edmonton's Northwest District should the Metro Line LRT not extend beyond Yellowhead Trail prior to the 2 million population horizon.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, thank you. It pains me to, in frankness, put this motion on the floor because I think it's acknowledging reality that I had not hoped to put out publicly, but I think it does require some public awareness. I think the more information that I have about our capital outlook, funding from other orders of government, and some of the sheerly challenging logistics, both in the terms of capital costs to get over the CN rail yard and the operational functions of trying to construct something at the same time as not impacting CN rail yard, is making this more of a conversation where I think we do need to have another option of, if not the Metro line, let's not give up fully on it, but if not the Metro line, what and when do we have to start to shift our reality and focus on making sure that all quadrants of the city are best served by mass transit, whatever that looks like, whether it's a realignment of the Metro line, whether it's BRT. But I, in talking with administration, it became clear that this was more the intent of where I was wanting to go and the conversation that I was wanting to have. I think a memo is why I'm doing this over a report, so that I can get this information in advance of budget to inform things such as the land acquisition budget line that we still have for the Metro line. So this is why I'm wanting it in the form of a memo rather than a report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions?
Yeah, I think you spoke to it, Councillor Rutherford, but this would also look at potential alternative alignments for the Metro line.
Yes, I mean, that would be a good question to admin, but that would be my hope and my goal of this memo is to talk about, and I've talked about with administration, how cost prohibitive it is to truly get over both Yellowhead and the CN rail yard. Both as the concept of the bridge right now, putting piers down in the CN rail yard is not practical. And so we're really going to have to look at going underground. And I know the total cost of that is going to be significant. It's going to make it very cost prohibitive to actually build the Metro line as envisioned within our current fiscal realities.
Okay, so maybe just to administration, would you contemplate that work, again, looking at an alternative Metro line alignment that doesn't require the crossing at its current location, for example?
Yeah, Councillor, that could be part of the scope. The intention here, I believe, is that where the Yellowhead Trail and the CN rail corridor is a substantial barrier, is there other ways to provide mass transit? And that could be a LRT alignment discussion at a very high level, conceptual level, or looking at other BRT corridor alignments and sequencing. So yes.
Okay, perfect. Because I think, again, the Yellowhead has a lot of crossing points. It's really just that's very specific part of the CN rail yard that really expands its footprint there, but shortly along is a much narrower gap to cross, correct?
The corridor width and its challenges, yeah, you're right, it's variable along the corridor.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, just acknowledging financial realities here. What are the, after Heritage Valley, after West Ed, or Lewis Estates, I guess, or Lewis Farms, I guess, what are the next priorities for LRT and in Edmonton?
So, Councillor, this responding to this motion through a memo wouldn't have that level of information or that detail that you're asking about right now. Those next stages of mass transit We have a project that will start next year that is defining the mass transit strategy for the 1.5 million population horizon. So that is on our work plan to give council and the community an update on what those next sequencing of mass transit would look like, but that's not available at this point.
Okay, cool. And then I guess I'm just curious, Blatford Gate is the end of the line right now on Metro line. Is that, do we have an expected open date for that yet, or kind of a?
Councillor, I can help with that. It's Carrie from ETS.
Thanks, Carrie.
So we have our transit service policy identifies when service is warranted. So right now we haven't reached that point where we feel it's imminent, but we're monitoring closely. And I think as there's more development around that space, we'll get closer and closer to making that recommendation back to council.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Okay.
I'm trying to click on, but I can't.
Okay, Councillor Morgan to speak.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to support this. I said it before, and I'll say it again. We have a train right now on the Metro line to nowhere, and we really need to know what's next. And we have a whole quadrant of the city underserved, with plans at some point to serve. And we already know that we want to get mass transit up there. We've committed to it with this Metro line, and so we really need to know what's next and what our options are. So happy to support this. I encourage everybody else to too.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you. So as I mentioned in my opening, it pains me to even talk about the reality of an alternative. I know that so many in the ward I represent have, planned and built, their life around the eventuality of a metro line since 1970. And as Councillor Stevenson mentioned, maybe it is a realignment. Maybe there is something there. But these are some things that I know as of today. I know that the Metro line, while is next in our priority sequence at a high level as a council statement from the last council, the 10-year outlook does not have any plans for any LRT expansions in the next 10 years. Let alone the fact that when you look to the context of both the provincial and the federal governments, the new funding for LRT is going to be very hard to come by. So even if there was funding on the table, and even if we did move forward with this, we are looking at then deciding what is the best way to advance our line. And we've already seen the shift in the conversation as a council to BRT and also to other lines that will be cheaper and easier to finish, like to Gorman. And I've heard that being thrown out too. So I'm not naive to think of the true cost prohibitive nature of getting over the CN rail yard and the Yellowhead Trail. That section, that literal 2 kilometer of section of Metro line would cost more than the rest of the Metro line to get all the way out to the end of the line. That's how significant of a cost it is. And when we're looking at tight fiscal budgets, when we're looking at tight best use of limited resources to get the biggest impact, which is literally what we just talked about in the evaluation of the next 4-year budget and beyond. I'm not naive to think that is going to be a hard uphill battle, let alone that the province is already pushing to go more south because they want that connection to, and rightfully so, they want the connection to the airport and eventually potentially a mass transit line between Edmonton and Calgary, a rapid transit line. All of these are contexts that I continue to see, and I continue to see the dream and the hope of the Metro line as envisioned currently in the city plan being even more of a pipe dream. And in the meantime of that, there's a lot of other unintended consequences that happen. We're doing TOD, transit-oriented development near mass transit. So we're going to see less development in areas like the Northwest, and that means less justification for less services and creating a negative feedback loop. It also is an equity issue because if we keep just going with and not validating our assumptions about whether actually building this Metro line in our current fiscal reality is possible and checking those assumptions, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe the memo says it is still possible. I highly doubt it, but crazier things have happened. But if we don't have those honest conversations, we are going to continue to promise to something to an entire section of the city that we are not going to deliver in any foreseeable situation and scenario. And I don't think that's okay. So I, would really encourage my colleagues to support this memo. Ultimately, if that memo comes back, it will likely lead to me making and shows some real opportunities to shift and to have really reality-based conversations. I will likely be debating those with you in the future as well. So I want to be transparent about that because I ultimately, one way or another, want to see mass transit equitably serving all areas of the city. So thank you for your patience today. We've all seen the map that shows the big gap right now. Let's have a really honest conversation with Edmontonians, with ourselves, about how we make sure we continue to advance mass transit in a way that aligns with the realities of today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Prince, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Next is 10.4. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to read that in?
Sure, thank you. So this is really just a cleanup motion, but I'll just read it in to start and then do a quick intro. I am moving to rescind that the following motion passed on December 1st, 2025 council meeting, budget meeting be rescinded. That administration provide a report to the committee with options to improve transit service in the Northwest Quadrant, including but not limited to options for bus transit routes and service hours increases that would be feasibly considered in the 4-year budget and with any bus service capacity growth.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please go ahead. 2 minutes to introduce.
So very simply, when I was originally talking about this and grappling with this with the budget discussions that we were having, this is the motion that I came up with. But in further conversations with administration and my council colleagues, it became clear that this is actually more of a broader conversation at this point on the city plan rather than, and our mass transit plan, rather than an operational or a service conversation at the budget level. So that's why I, in the spirit of not making administration do work that's unnecessary and so that they can put their efforts into the motion that we just passed, I wanted to rescind this motion and allow them to just focus on the mass transit piece and the city plan piece.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else or anyone on the board for questions to rescind this motion. Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Rutherford, any closing comments?
No, nothing further.
Please vote.
Councillor Prince.
Yes.
I have 3 yeses. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Next, Councillor Rutherford, 10.5. Please go ahead and read in the motion.
Thank you. I will move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the government of Alberta One, expressing concern regarding the public library provisions of Bill 28 and their potential impact on local governments, library operations, access to library materials, patron privacy, and the quality of library services in Edmonton. Affirming confidence in the City of Edmonton Public Library Board and its professional staff to manage library collections and services in accordance with existing legislation, board policies, and community standards. 3, calling on the Government of Alberta to engage in direct consultation with the Coalition of Alberta Public Libraries, municipalities, and library boards before finalizing any regulations or guidelines under the public library provisions of Bill 28. And 4, requesting that any related operational requirements imposed on public libraries are accompanied by dedicated provincial funding.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Councillor Rutherford, you have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, thank you for this. I am honored by my council colleagues right now to sit as the council representative as the library trustee, and I know we've been having a lot of conversations about the real impact of Bill 28 on one of our most cherished, I would say, public services, the Edmonton Public Library, and some of the real impacts that it could have on our budget, logistics, access, and all of those pieces. I understand that many other entities are also speaking out and putting out a call to with concerns or asking for at least engagement and further information on this amendments to the Libraries Act, including the coalition, including AB Munis, but I don't think that precludes or limits us as a municipality from sharing our voice. We've had many experiences in the past where bills and legislation and then the ultimate regulations have had a substantive impact. I do want to highlight that in talking to the library, Edmonton Public Library, just from a preliminary skim of their the bill and the cascading costs, they at a high level are estimating an additional $500,000 in cost, and that's not including the capital costs that would be required for configuring the libraries at 21 branches. As one example, I'm happy to elaborate more if any of my colleagues have questions on some of the ins and outs of what the library in Edmonton and the Coalition of Libraries is concerned about. But I would like to stand up and add our voice collectively as a council to this, and I believe it's a reasonable ask.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe has questions. Please go ahead, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to the mover, I heard you say that that it is something that Alberta municipalities, it's in discussion, and but you feel that it's important, that this is one of the priorities that council should be advocating to the province for?
Yes, I absolutely do. And even if it was to be a resolution at AB Munis, that resolution wouldn't be dealt with until November, and they're already on second reading of this bill, and the regulations are anticipated to come out before that resolution, which is why I think like Alberta municipalities as an entity taking a stance is great, but in terms of resolution, I don't think it's timely for what concerns have been raised by libraries across this province, and the true impact fiscally and functionally on local libraries.
Okay, no further questions. I'll just speak when it comes to time to vote.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so this would be the appropriate time for folks who are looking to speak. And Councillor Principe, did you want to kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you know, this is a tough one for me because it's not that I'm necessarily for or against this bill, but I do, I am concerned with council continually writing letters to the provincial government, and we're not speaking to we're not taking intergovernmental approach, and I think we need to prioritize and have a more thoughtful approach as opposed to these one-offs. And it's, again, not that I'm necessarily against it. I'm just not sure if this is the right approach. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Since AB Mania was brought up, I thought I'd offer some context. So Alberta Municipalities is an association that represents 265 municipalities across the province, small and large. And recently, and part of our role is to review legislation and changes and provide policy advice to the government by seeking feedback from local elected officials, administrators, and really gathering those lived experience to ensure any legislation change, we can mitigate those risks and ensure that it's in the best interest of public good. And recently, because this is an emerging issue, which means emerging issue requires a pretty quick response. We did, in fact, provide our submission to the provincial government and our position on this particular clause in Bill 28 is opposed. And the opposition really doesn't come from whether or not it really doesn't matter, what side you are on this library particular issue and content, but really it's around municipal autonomy, that whatever the decision, it should be left for local libraries, local library boards and associations to decide. And, this is not the first time local autonomy has come up in legislation changes. And I think the more we, allow it to continue, I think more we erode local democracy. And so this, to me, is in the same vein. And so I just want to provide that context because I think there's a much broader concern here around Bill 28 that affects local democracy. And the library issue is just one of the manifestation of that.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Tang, I think, said it quite eloquently. I want to add, prior to being on council, I served on the board of Edmonton Public Library for 6 years. I had a brief stint as the vice president of the Alberta Library Trustees Association. And we talked about freedom to read a lot. It is such a core value to the library system, not just across North America, not just across Alberta, not just across Edmonton, but across North America. And this is an attack on freedom. I think we have to call it what it is. It's an attack on the freedom to read. It's an attack on the freedom of libraries. It's an attack on our professional library staff. And when we continue to allow not just these sorts of attacks on our local democracy, as Councillor Tang said, but when we continue to allow this sort of culture to manifest that somehow that there's content in our library that's as I don't even want to repeat the charges because they're not true. They're just simply not true. And we need to support our libraries. We need to support our staff. This is having a palpable impact. I've been to 3 different library branches recently and spoke to the staff about this, about their anxieties, about their how this feels like they're under attack, and the different misinformation that's being circulated about them, and the fact that dollars that should be going towards our municipal priorities are now going to have to be keeping certain books behind a beaded curtain in the back room or something. Like this is Councillor Principe brought up our government relations strategy about whether we should be writing letters or not, and I think there's an open question about that. But I also think we have to challenge the government of Alberta's strategy about why is a minister of the provincial government reaching into a municipal, not even a municipal, but an agency, board and commission of a municipal government, and trying to interfere with the professional jurisdiction. We regularly at the library board, the CEO used to bring forward complaints of that people would try and have books banned. Some people wanted Harry Potter banned. Some people wanted the Bible banned. Some people wanted satanic verses banned. Some people the book, and you know, it's the library, and Pilar, our stalwart CEO of the public library, would stand firm and explain the principle behind the freedom to read and why it's core to our democratic freedom. And I thought, you know, when we go back to the UCP charter and we go back to the values of the provincial government, I thought we were first and foremost freedom. I thought we were against conservative cancel culture. I thought we were against these sorts of things that we're seeing, and it's very frustrating. So I just want to stand up for our staff and commend them for all they do and how they do such good work in our libraries, and they deserve the full-throated support of City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. In hindsight, I wish I had an opportunity to ask a question, but I missed that. But regardless, I'll support writing a letter to the government, but I will state that I'd like to see how the letter is going to be written prior to being sent. Additionally, I always say that I'll state it, even though there's going to be a question out of this, that I was going to ask what conversations have we had up to this juncture with the government, if we had any, and it would have been my position that we start having conversations with the government and see how that unfolded first before going with the letter. But nonetheless, I do support writing any type of conversations that we can have with the government, whether that's verbally, in person, or correspondence. That two-way communication is important, and I'll support it from that lens.
Thank you very much. I should have clicked on too. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, maybe just I'll try to answer the not question in my speaking. So generally when a motion like this is put forward, we try to stay very firm to what's been written here. I don't try to add personal commentary as mayor. I mean, I will probably, right, in my closing comments, share some of my personal perspectives, but that's different than what I would share on behalf of council. Council is being asked to send a letter using those very clear principles. I would not look at to be anything more than a factual-based letter that expresses the specific points and the highlights that are here. So that's how I'm tasked with that job if council chooses to approve this motion. And I think at the end of the day, I am more focused on this. I'll share a couple thoughts after, but I do think there's a couple very valid points here that do need to be expressed. The cost piece, I think, is really important. I think about the book that the minister was holding up when they did their press conference that they had concerns about. It's already designated for adults. It's not in the kids section, you know, and so the concern I have is there suddenly going to be a requirement to create a whole section in the library where only books designated for adults have to go, and like, do we have to have staff there? Does somebody have to sign up? I mean, I would ask what the role of the parent is in a situation like this, and you know, we've had libraries operating for many decades. I've unfortunately, you know, at this point, I've never actually heard of any issue, this example being raised in Edmonton Public Library, of there ever being an issue. So I want to just explain the factual challenges that this would create if you have to retrofit libraries to pull out who knows which books and how and when. That feels a very challenging situation. So I would want to share that. I should also note I did speak with Minister Williams over the phone when I first caught wind of this before it was introduced as legislation. Shared my individual feedback, not on behalf of council, just stating that I think our library has done a very good job of providing freedom to information and being very thoughtful about how they engage with our residents. And so what I had originally thought was that they were going to introduce this legislation related to libraries that were public libraries that were part of schools. And this legislation seemed to have grown beyond what I was expecting. And so happy to share some thoughts on that. And again, just explain, I'll follow these in a very factual basis. So with that all said, I'll just offer just, you know, maybe a bit more of my personal commentary. I've said this a few times now. There are so many important issues that we need to be working on with the provincial government right now. I would love to be working with them on safety, on mental health and addictions, on housing, on municipal finances, which actually is within this ministry. We've heard the minister previously raise the idea of additional revenue tools for municipalities. I think that's an incredibly important priority that I would much rather be spending my time on right now. I don't know what this portion of Bill 28 is trying to solve, what problem we're trying to solve. So from an individual perspective, I'm just a little confused why we're using so much time on this when I would much rather be working with the minister on municipal finance and other important issues that I think we share a lot of common ground on. So I would echo some of the other comments we've heard. Edmonton Public Library has been the gold standard of ensuring access to information. You know, they have brought in speakers for their speaker series that I personally greatly dislike, that I don't think are maybe the best people to be hearing from, and yet I love that they do it because it gives me a chance to hear from different perspectives, different ideas. It introduces me to new ways of thinking. EPL has been truly a leader in this space, and so you know, when you think about the work that librarians and library staff go through to be able to work in our libraries, they are incredibly professional folks. This is something that I think I'd much rather them continue to use their time on. And then finally, I'd just echo Councillor Tang's piece. At the end of the day, probably my biggest concern is one around municipal autonomy. I do understand that at the snap of a finger, the provincial government could disband this council. They could remove any one of us if they so chose. But there had seemed to be an understanding that libraries are within municipal jurisdiction. I think we should continue to be tasked with delivering on that. And then love to work with them on anything else. And I'll continue to put out the offer to the minister that if there are specific concerns we can address from a policy lens, love to do that. I think legislation really went way too far and is not a great use of our time. So thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. Interesting conversation, and I agree with pretty much every position that I've heard so far. I think whenever we discuss restricting access to information, the temperature in the public rises. I know the province has stated that their legislation is about protecting children. And as a parent, I respect that instinct. It's a fundamental responsibility, obviously. But let's take a closer look at the mechanism being proposed. Public libraries are not the Wild West of the internet, right? Anything that a kid could access in a library, they could far more easily access online. Libraries are highly curated. They're professionally managed community hubs. Moving books out of reach or placing them behind counters doesn't really protect a kid from the world. It simply removes a parent's right to be the primary guide in their children's lives. And personally, I trust Edmonton parents to parent. The state should not be stepping in to act as the universal gatekeeper for families who are perfectly capable of walking the aisles of their local library and making those choices together with their kids. At the same time, of course, to the mayor's point, we have to be pragmatic about how we communicate this to the provincial government. As council, obviously our responsibility is to respond to the needs and desires of Edmontonians, and we can't do this in isolation. So whether we're enabling provincial housing projects, which we love to do, or having meetings with ministers and MLAs to talk about economic development. Our relationship with the provincial government ideally would remain functional, cooperative, and rooted in mutual respect. So they may view this as disrespectful, and we can't afford to turn every policy disagreement into how they might view it as a partisan battle that jeopardizes our shared priorities for the good of the public. But I do support this motion with the expectation that the mayor's letter will just be a respectful assertion of our local values as expressed and requested by Edmontonians. There's no harm in asking the province to reconsider the logistics of the legislation and maybe offer the public a little more space for feedback. If good governance is the goal. Personally, I respect our library professionals, the rights of families and parents. And, you can do that and keep the door open for a critical partnership the city relies on. And hopefully the province's skin is thick on this and they realize that we have an incumbent duty to say something. So, yeah, we write a lot of letters. And I know that every time we do, we get a annoyed response back from the province. And that's frustrating because we're literally just representing our constituents. And I hope that they can see that. And I hope that they can see that there's a lot of conversation around here that has to be engaged in. Because as I said, I admire their desire to protect kids. But is it the state's responsibility to tell parents what their kids can and can't access as they fulfill their responsible duties? And that would be the question for me. So I will vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford, oh, wait, don't, just wait, because I've got some guests before Councillor Rutherford gets to close. We are very excited to be joined by the Abbotsfield Youth Project members. Welcome, everyone. And this is you're all located in Ward Métis, which your city councillor is Councillor Ashley Salvador. Very excited to have you. So you've been doing a tour today? Fantastic. And anything else that you've been, is it all tour? No, yeah, excellent. And there's a small enough group. You want to yell out one thing that you've really enjoyed in your tour? Yes. Coming here. That's great. I love that. That's a great answer. Like right here in this room, or like in City Hall in general? Oh, right here in this room. Oh, wow. I see. That's exciting. Yeah. What else? Yeah. Yeah, we're excited to meet you. So thank you so much for coming into council chambers. It's an absolute delight. You had your hand. Say that louder for us. Oh my goodness, that's kind of, they're all saying that meeting us is the highlight, which that's kind of them. I feel like, did anyone pay them to say that before they came in? That's, not everyone feels that way in a city, so we're delighted to meet all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to City Hall. We'll give you a welcome to our space. Well, really, welcome to your space, because this is your building. And so, and we're just in the middle of a discussion. We're going to have some closing comments from Councillor Rutherford on a topic about libraries. So, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for the great debate today. I do want to start with this conversation about writing letters versus not writing letters. Frankly, I think that this is a last resort, because there have been many attempts to have conversations with the minister. The Edmonton Public Library Board and other library boards knew about or had an indication of this kind of legislation coming a while ago and have been trying. And it is clear that this is something that the province doesn't want to negotiate on. And then we go to the point of, sometimes, as Councillor Paquette wrote or said, you need to just represent your constituents and some of the broader concerns. And I would say stand up for democracy and freedom of intellect, because that's what's at stake here. And so I really thought about that, even in terms of bringing this motion forward. Do I bring this motion forward? Is it another letter? But I cannot be complicit in what is happening. First and foremost, I want to correct the record that, like, this idea that somebody can walk into a library and, I just posted on my Facebook and people are like, kids can just go in and get a Playboy. No, that is not how the libraries already work. So there's so much mis and disinformation that is existing about how libraries function. But what this legislation and this bill does is actually so much deeper than just protecting children from sexually explicit material. It is absolutely giving authority over all components of operating of public libraries to the minister. If they don't like a display, if they don't like a program, if they don't agree with the collection, if they don't like who has access to the library, who has library cards, all of these things, the way the bill is currently written, and this is why we need to have this advocacy before the regs come into play, is very, very open-ended. In talking to the library board, some of the things I want to highlight when we talk about, it's about children. Well, one of the things that we're going to do is they talks about restricting digital collections and internet access. Well, digital collections, as an example, are largely governed by third-party platforms. So when we limit collections, we're not just going to have to be able to limit them by age restriction, because we're not going to have that capacity with third-party platforms. We're going to have to limit that entire collection for anybody that would want to access that information. That is really at the heart of what we're doing. And this is one of, I could give you a multitude of examples, let alone then, I think about how I'm sitting on the EPL board and we're talking about the funding asks for this next 4-year budget cycle and being really pragmatic about, the fiscal realities of the city. And we are going to have to spend, if this goes through as it is written right now, capital dollars that could be going to things like digital renewal for a lot of things that need renewal, or outreach and expansion. We're going to be spending on this legislation that nobody asked for and is solving a problem that doesn't exist. I stayed quiet, right or wrongly, when it was around the schools, because, again, education isn't in my lane. It's public education is absolutely within the provincial lane. But schools in libraries and schools in the public, or libraries in public, operate very differently. And there is a different level of control and autonomy. And we have professionals that work tirelessly to make sure that anybody that wants to access our services and wants to access information to challenge their own thought process can, in age-appropriate ways. This already exists. So I would, as much as I hear the tension around writing another letter, at some point we do have to stand up and say, the way that the legislation is written right now is concerning from autonomy, from access to information, and for what Edmontonians want us to stand up for. So I hope you support.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Pays, no.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Final item is Councillor Elliott. Please go ahead and read in that motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion is administration prepare an unfunded capital profile for consideration in the proposed 2027-2030 capital budget to complete technical studies, concept design, and engagement, including Indigenous engagement, for a multi-use trail from Fort Edmonton Bridge to White Mud Road.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a seconder by Councillor Jans. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Today I'm moving a motion that aligns with our previous land use commitments with our long-term vision for the River Valley. On February 24th, 2025, this council approved, or previous council, I guess, approved the rezoning for 5440 White Mud Road to facilitate a vital health and wellness center. Part of that discussion was a commitment to explore a critical missing link, a multi-use trail connecting the Fort Edmonton footbridge to the White Mud Road. This motion isn't about a single path. It's about connectivity and fulfilling the promise of the River Valley Trail strategy and the Ribbon of Green. We have a goal to complete our primary trail system by 2028, and this specific connection is essential for public access to the North Saskatchewan River Valley. By asking administration to prepare an unfunded capital profile now, we are ensuring that when we deliberate the 2027-2030 budget this fall, we have the technical studies and Indigenous engagement data necessary to make an informed, evidence-based decision.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? Oh, sorry, I see some on the board. Are those questions, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah,
Okay, and
just a quick.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no problem. What I'm going to do, because I see a few people on the list here, Councillor Stevenson, I'm going to turn the chair over to you. I'm going to be joining virtually as I have to be at a meeting right at 5 o'clock. So if I can turn the floor over to you to chair, I'll join virtually and let you run the show.
Thank you. I have the chair. Councillor Rutherford.
So sorry, just to the mover, I know is this the same section that the River Valley Alliance is trying to complete, or is it different?
No, it's different. It's on the other side. I asked Ms. Petron for clarification because I thought they could align, but it's on the opposite side.
Okay, because I was going to say that report for that trail piece is coming in June, I believe, to Urban Planning Committee. But this is different.
Yeah, that's correct. I made inquiries because I know Councillor Parmar brought that up to my attention from urban planning. So I made some inquiries and to find out, did they overlap? Because if they did overlap, I would never put this motion forward because that will cover everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just was getting confused, so thanks for the clarity.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Just to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Jan's questions?
Yeah, if I can ask administration, absent this motion, is this, because we have the trail strategy, we have a missing link strategy, we have a number of other River Valley pieces orbiting. I obviously support this, I seconded it, but just wanted to get a sense of like where some of the other missing links are in the valley that we might be seeing for the capital budget.
So, Councillor, there would be other similar missing links, and that's an active, ongoing project that is happening. So, Council funded it last fall, the River Valley Trail Strategy, and so a key component of that strategy is going to be looking at the missing links, and so this would be reviewed, this particular corridor as part of that project, but not to the level of detail that's being suggested here with this motion. But absolutely, there would be a number of other links, and the trail strategy, which would be complete in 2028, would help prioritize the criticality of the links. So council had some information, foundational information of which trail corridors to fund in a priority sequence.
Does administration have a sense of the usage of these different pieces, or how they connect with, say, other, like the active transportation plan or other pieces here? Because I think this is a pretty important connection for the south side, and it would really enable some connection between Southwest Edmonton and West South Edmonton.
Yeah, absolutely. The River Valley is an important trail corridor, both for recreation and commuters mobility as well. So that River Valley strategy that I referenced will include those key connection points to our mobility system.
Okay, excellent. Nothing further.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, sorry. Can you just clarify for me if there's other missing links and we have a strategy that kind of looks at this holistically, how like why is this prioritized at this moment to administration?
So this wasn't something that we've brought forward. So our recommendation when we look at opportunities like this is to wait for the trail strategy so that we can provide a good basis of prioritization to council.
And is this the one related to the Nordic Spa?
That is correct. It is in that vicinity, and that was what generated this initial piece of work. So when that went through, there was request for a council memo that was published this spring with a few different options to look at. And so this is a follow-up to that memo, I believe.
Okay. So I guess to the mover then, it is, so in light of like all the work that we'll be doing, because I would love to see more connections that we can do across the city and not just at one location. Why do you feel this one warrants the queue jumping?
I don't look at it that way, and I can look at it from. I thought this was an opportunity to review and get the costs associated to this. It was never my intent to, I guess, skip a queue. If there was a process, since there is a process in place, I'm happy to take a look at this motion again, given that my knowledge wasn't up to speed on there was a system in place to take care of these trails and in a queue for them.
Okay. Well, then would you consider withdrawing the motion then? And to wait for that report to come back?
Yeah, if there's I just want to go to admins. I'm looking at Mr. Snyder online. And can you just elaborate again? There is a report coming outlining the trail system. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. The one thing council may want to be aware of is that River Valley Trail strategy that is looking at the entire system and how it connects to the tablelands in our neighborhoods isn't going to be complete with that prioritized list until 2028. And I believe the intention here, as we read it, is this motion would help support some design work in the upcoming budget cycle. So would be advancing it earlier to catch the 4-year budget cycle.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what the mover is trying to do here. I think, I guess, Ken, question, why does the trail why does it take that long to assess?
It is a tremendous piece of work, and so it doesn't look at just one corridor in isolation. It's the entire river valley, which is extensive, as we know. And it is not just a desktop scan. It does have some boots on the ground field assessment components to it as well. Additionally, there is a substantial engagement process attached to that with our Indigenous partners and also Edmontonians about how they use the river valley and what's important to them as they move through it.
Because I hear in this motion the intent, I think, yeah, I see for engagement and Indigenous engagement, but there's also going to be that broader one too. And are you, okay. Yeah, I think I'm just discomfort with the queue jumping nature of this, similar to the previous motion earlier. But I think I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. We can, if you just
Actually, I might ask one question of the mover.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so in light of this information, would you be willing to withdraw this motion and then restate another motion in the future, in the near future, that would simply ask for this work to be included in the larger body of work? And that way it's not excluded, and that way we can benefit from sort of the economies of scale of the effort and be a little bit more, I guess, aligned and efficient with the work, but ensuring that this gets included through the words of a restated motion?
Yeah, I'm open to that because I just want to look at this was an aspect that I thought would be taken into consideration, would be helpful for all citizens. You know, if you go through the Fort Edmonton Park, you can keep going down around on the loop. But like I said, I don't want to jump the queue on anything, but if this can be, I guess, restated as you suggest in a different motion, and that information can be added as Kent alluded to, that we can start working on the technical aspect of it, and that can be a part of the, I guess, larger package that will be delivered before us. I'm open to that as well.
Okay, great. And to administration, does that work for you too?
With the caveat that this motion is looking to provide more detail for this specific corridor than the overall River Valley Trail strategy would provide. So the River Valley Trail Strategy can take this to a certain point, but not to the level of concept design as noted here. So if we wanted to incorporate the concept design element of this motion into the overall strategy, we'd need to assess that and potentially ask for a little bit more budget for that broader project. But this, in absence of this motion, this area and the connection opportunity is part of the River Valley Trail Strategy, so we wouldn't need direction on that. It already is built into it.
Okay, I see. So order of operations, what would work best then in order to achieve the goal of ensuring that this actually gets taken care of, as a part of that larger body of work? This motion first, or to do the work, come back, and then a motion to advance it?
From administration's perspective, understanding that there's other different priorities and opportunities, but from our perspective, a prudent way forward is to understand the full scope of the River Valley Trail Strategy, which would identify other potential corridor missing links and prioritize them. We don't know where this would sit when that activity happens of prioritization, but at that point, there would be a list of a number of trail corridors that we would signal to council might be ready for investment or would be good opportunities to invest at that time. So starting with the big picture and then having full knowledge of the landscape, then moving and deciding which particular corridors council wants to move forward on.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. To do all the work, prioritize what we need. But I do recall a conversation while we were talking about the spot about access, and there was a lot of conversation about ensuring that access would be there. So I think that if this was restated to add this into like serious consideration with that in mind, then when it came time to funding, I'd be happy to fund this. But right now, I'm speaking to this, so I better stop. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify with the mover, did you wish to withdraw this motion at this time?
Well, I guess my question is there a way that, because I understand everyone here at the table, and especially Mr. Snyder, what he's bringing up, is there a way that I can look at having this researched, but not necessarily be a part as a standalone coming to the 2027-2030 budget deliberations, and that would be, I'm guessing that's a no.
You might need another round of questions, or if you want to withdraw this, we could work with you offline to recraft this in a different way, because I think it'll need substantially changed.
In that case, then I will do that. I will withdraw the motion, and we can just start looking at the language for future deliberations.
Great, thank you very much. And just confirm that's unanimous consent. I'm not hearing anyone disagree. Great, and I think again the opportunity is to restate that at a future meeting and ensure that there's that alignment. Perfect. Okay, I believe that was our last item. Are there any notices of motions or motions without customary notice?
Yes.
Okay, please state your notice of motion. Councillor Jans?
Yes, actually, no, sorry, I'm good.
Okay, anyone else? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 4:56. Thanks, everyone.